Hello, working with converting Genesis 8 figures. Genesis 8, Genesis 8.1, Genesis 3, maybe Genesis 2. I think it works with also Genesis 2. I don't know that it works with Genesis figures, but we're going to be converting them to Genesis 9. And this is going to be the easy way to do it, okay? So the way that I recommend doing it, okay? Because really all you want, and it's not just converting Genesis 9 figures. You can pretty much take any Genesis 8 figure, morph their face, change their body, change it all into, take your custom figures that you've created in other scenes, and just boom, almost instantly create morphs that you can use for your Genesis 9 figures like immediately. And we're going to show you the whole process so that you can do it. And it only requires one plugin, which I don't know that it's on sale right now, but we will look into that also. So without too much, we're going to go right into this. Now this right here, this figure is a Genesis 8 figure with their morphs put, and if you notice, the body doesn't kind of look all funky. It looks very masculine. It doesn't look like it's kind of been corrupted by the Genesis. It's not. This is a Genesis. This is a Genesis 8 figure. It's like, but it's really Genesis 9. And I've put a Genesis 9 skin on them, but the shape and everything here is a Genesis 8 figure. It's actually 8.1. Okay, we're going to go back here. I got to make sure that my top chat is on so I can talk with you lovely subscribers when you drop in. So, okay, so what we're going to do is first I'm going to lay a little bit of background work, and then we're going to go right into converting, okay? And we're going to convert. We're going to do it so that we're going to do it enough times so that you kind of feel like, you know, I think I could do that too, okay? And so now the thing is that anybody can do this. You don't have to go and buy a whole bunch of Genesis 9 stuff, because your Genesis 8 clothing will auto fit to Genesis 9, okay? And you already, all we're using to do this conversion process is we're using the free Genesis 9 figure that comes with Daz Studio. So you don't, the only thing you have to buy is this conversion program, okay? And so, all right, so what we're going to do first is I'm going to take you into the Daz library, okay, which is this PC, and we go to here. Now, this isn't where I keep my actual Daz library, but this is where I keep a lot of runtime folders, okay? And if you notice right here, I have this 2, 3, 8, 8.1 to 9 head body morphs. I created this folder. You can put this anywhere on your computer, but I would suggest not putting it in your My Daz library. And the reason why I wouldn't put it in your My Daz library is because if your library ever gets corrupt, you may not remember to go into your library and, you know, move this out. So it's just better if it's not in that library, okay? So you see I have my Renderosity library. I have a bunch of things. So first, somewhere on your hard drive, create a folder where you're going to put these morphs, okay? And you put the morphs. These morphs don't take up a lot of data. So you could put them on a solid state drive, because even if you have 100 or 200 or 300 of these morphs, I don't think they're going to take up a lot of space. Actually, this is 3 megabytes, and I only have a couple of, let's see, a couple of morphs in here so far. So it does take up a few. Let's see, I have Bruce, Jon Snow, and Roy. I only have 3, but that's 3 megabytes, I think it said. Excuse me. That was 3 megabytes. Let's see, 5 megabytes. What was it? 4 megabytes, almost 4 megabytes for 3 figures, which isn't a lot. So you figure you'd have 3 megabytes, so about a megabyte each figure, maybe a little more. And when you figure 1,000, that would be 1,000 figures for 1 gig. Okay, so so you could put this on a solid state drive. It doesn't matter where you put it because they're just morphs, and they're like only tiny, so they will apply from whatever drive you put them on. Okay, I happen to have them on a solid state drive because I have a spare one in my computer. So that's not very full, and my other library's on another drive. But create this folder, okay, and remember where you created it on your hard drive, because this is where you're going to put all of your morphs from your earlier Genesis figures. You're going to put them all in here. So they're going to be saved in 2 places. They'll be saved here where you could load them. You won't have to redo them. You could just load them into your DAZ with Morph Loader onto your Genesis 9 figure. You could load them all in. Or you can I believe that's what you have to do, is load them onto your Genesis 9 figure with Morph Loader. Okay, but that's if you were to lose your library and need to go back. And then if you have them, because they'll be saved in the Genesis 9 figure, but they'll also be saved in this folder just in case you lose your DAZ content library. Okay, so this will become more clear as we work through this. But all you have to do is do this. Create a folder. You don't have to name it this. You could just say earlier Genesis to Genesis figures to Genesis 9, head and body morphs, whatever you want to call it. But just so you know that these are the Genesis 2, 3, 8, 8, 1, 2, 9. So these are 4 Genesis. The morphs that are in here will be 4 Genesis 9, and they will be of your earlier figures. Okay? So we're going to just minimize that, and you can see how this works. This is Bruce. Okay? Now what I did was I'm going to show you some really cool stuff, and you'll also notice that anytime I've ever done morphs from a previous there were always kind of little indents and weird parts in strange areas, pulled in areas, eyes that were all kind of messed up, like really messed up. And this is just absolute perfection. This is absolute perfection of your Genesis. You will be seeing your Genesis 8 and Genesis 8.1 figures on Genesis 9 like you've never seen them before, okay? This is amazing, okay? What we're doing, this is probably one of my favorite. Welcome, Angus. Welcome, welcome. And also Crypto X, I think it was your previous name. Serenity 3D, Rain and Thunder. We have a longer name, and it's very nice. I like your new name. So we're back, and this is going to be a massively fun. Now, okay, so you can all do this. All you need is one product, okay? You don't need to buy into any of the Genesis 9 clothing and hair, or well, you can auto fit your Genesis 8 hair onto Genesis 9. You can auto fit all your Genesis 8 clothes onto Genesis 9. So really, the only thing you need is this program. We're going to go Control Alternate. So I'm going to show you how to do this. Now I'm going to delete this figure. That's a pity, because that's a beautiful figure right there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is put in, well, I'll show you where you find it. Okay, so you just take and go to your default and type Essentials. And everybody gets this for free with DAZ Studio, so you don't have to buy this. you get this Genesis 9 Starter Essentials expansion, okay? Everybody gets it. So everybody gets a car. No, not on this channel, unfortunately. So we're looking for the dev. Okay, I think that's where it's kept. Genesis 9, I think it's the Essentials where it is. Okay, no, it's actually this one you have to buy. This one is the Starter Essentials, okay? It's just Genesis 9 Starter Essentials. It's like, oh my God, prove me wrong here. And in here, you will see this. Make sure you use this figure. You could use the dev load. It doesn't matter because these figures are the same exact figure, but this figure doesn't have teeth or eyes, okay? It doesn't matter which one you use. They will both work, okay? Now, excuse me again. I have been drinking my non-alcohol beer again. All right, I'm sorry. Now, so we have Genesis 9 here. This is live. I can't always just edit things out. So, all right, so we're going to add the Genesis 9 figure, okay? This is the beautiful beauty of this, of how simple this works. All you do is you put the, now you saw me do this in the last tutorial, but I'm going into it more to kind of fill in some details because I've done some work on this so that I can give you the complete picture on how this works, okay? So you put in, it doesn't matter which order you put them in. You can put your Genesis 8 or 8.1 or Genesis 2 or 3 figure in, and then you put in your Genesis 9 figure. Now, I might suggest to put your Genesis 8 figure in first because you might want to edit that figure. Because if you're like me, I always back off of their face because I find that a lot of the males' figures that their faces are exaggerated a bit for Genesis 8 and 8.1, and in a way it's nice that they do that. I'm not asking the artists not to do that, but it's like they all do it. They kind of exaggerate the features, and I like to back off of the features a little bit, okay? Because I just find that they're a little too, I don't want to use the word grotesque, but just kind of caricature-ish. So I like to back off of their, so we'll hide this Genesis 9 figure. It's in the scene still, okay? We'll hide it. And now we're going to find a figure we'll get rid of this essentials word, to convert, okay? And remember, don't try to convert a Genesis 9 figure to Genesis 9, okay? Because that's not the whole point, okay, here. So we're going to go down until we start getting to our Genesis 8 and 8.1 figures. And we'll start with an 8.1 figure. And let's find one that's really cool. We'll go with Jet. I may have tried doing Jet before, but okay, we're going to go into Jet, and we'll go to Figures, Jet. And I usually don't back off Jet's looks, okay? Jet seems to be one of the few figures that I kind of like the way he is, but let's take a look and see what happens when we do back off his features a little bit, okay? So we have Jet here, okay? And so I might want to back off his features a little bit. You see how his features are really strong? They're just really incredibly strong. And if I just take and go here to the parameters, okay, because this conversion is going to convert this figure exactly the way you make it, okay? So if we go in here and we just take a little bit of Jet's head off, like that, and now it's just Excuse me again. All right, so I think we'll bring it back some here. I think what we're going to do is we're going to create a figure, okay? So we're going to use a little bit of jet, okay? We'll see how his face has softened now a little bit, and it just doesn't look quite as aggressive as that. Do you see what I mean? So this is why the Genesis 8 figure, because when you bring it all the way down, that's Genesis 8's head, okay? And Genesis 8's head is like kind of perfect in a way, but it's also a little kind of plain. It doesn't have a lot of character to it. So let's bring Jet up a little bit. Let's just do Jet, I guess. Okay, we'll do Jet. So we're going to do Jet, but bring it down a little bit, okay? Just to soften it a tiny bit, okay? So, and so then we turn the Genesis 9 figure back on. I got to make sure that I turned it all on here. Hold the control key, turn it on. There we go. Now the first figure we select in the scene is the Genesis 8 male. And let's call this Jet. If you change it here, then you don't have to change it. Okay, we're going to call this Jet Edit. Okay, we're going to call it Jet Gen 8 Edit. Okay, so we know it's not a conversion of Jet without any editing. Okay, so and then we're going to select this Genesis 9 figure. Now, once you install this product, Control-Alt-C, and this is called ManFriday's Figure Converter. We're going to go on here. Okay, we're going to look up Figure Converter. I'm glad they changed it from Character Converter to Figure Converter. Now, it's not on sale again today, all right? So it wasn't on sale yesterday. But wait until this goes on sale, and you can probably get it for like $10, okay? This is it. You install it on your computer through the DAS Install Manager, or you can do it manually, I guess. The Install Manager does a good job, but if you have, if that's the way you do things, you install things manually, well then do it however you want. Okay, so, but it will install itself. Now you'll notice it's given me the name of the morph is Jet Genesis 8 Edit, and then it says converted to Genesis 9. And you don't have to do anything. I would not necessarily recommend doing the full figure morph. I think it's just better having a different morph for the body and head, but that's up to you. But you'll have two morphs. Or three if you want it. You can just select this, and then you'll have three morphs, okay? And then you don't even have to do the head and body. You can just do, but all I would have to do is search in the parameters for Jet, J-E-T-T, and this morph will come up. And you'll see that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to click Convert. This is part one, and look how quickly this does this. Now, my computer's pretty fast. So if your computer is kind of medium fast, like mine's really fast, but if yours is medium fast, it's still not going to take more than a minute kind of to do this. All right, you'll see. It doesn't take long to do your whole, you could do the majority of all of your library in an hour or two, maybe at the most, and then you have all of your, now this is the second window that pops up, okay? And what you do is you click this, click that, and then this content library, I'll show you. You want to put this into that folder that you created. But that folder that you created won't be here, okay? I forgot to show another part. Mine is here, okay? Because I've done this other part. I'll show you the other part when we go and do the next figure, okay? But you'll see your folder here, and once you select it, you won't have to select it again. It remembers it, okay? And then you click, if you don't just click close, okay, you click save morph assets. And that saves, it says 2 selected morphs have been saved into your folder, okay? And then you click OK, and then you click close. And then you can delete Jet, okay? And then you look and say, well, that doesn't look like jet. Well, it doesn't, because we need to apply this morph. Okay, so we're going to select this Genesis. This says Genesis 8 converted to Genesis 9. It's not. So we go now to here and we select jet. We search for jet in the parameters. And then you will find these two new morphs here, okay, that are part of now the Genesis 9 figure. And we just drag, they'll stay there forever, and we select that and select this. And now we have jet. Okay, and this, what's really awesome is it's a perfect copy, and it works so well. You don't have these odd like morph anomalies and nothing, no problems. This is your Genesis 8 figure as Genesis 9, okay? And it will work with all of your figures. It is so beautiful. I could cry, and I'm seriously, I would like to cry, because it's just, this is a dream come true. Now, the only thing about this is you have to resize the eyes, okay, and move them around. You take the eyes. I showed you in the last tutorial how you do it. You select it. You go up to about 120, and the same one here, you go up to 120, and then you move them around until they're, and then you have to take and resize the iris. You'd want to bring the iris, because once you make the eyes big, the iris gets, the pupils and iris get big, and you want to resize that down. We will work on that maybe later in this video, okay? But that's the same way. If you apply any morph to a Genesis 9 figure, it's going to change the head size, and the eyes are going to be off, all right? Any morph you put on a Genesis 9 figures, the eyes don't track with the head, okay? And so now let's just kind of do a test here with Jet and show you. Now you can take any Genesis 9 skin, or you can buy that product which takes and allows you to take any Genesis 9 figure. So I could take Jet skin now and put it on this Genesis 9 figure, okay, with that skin transfer program that allows you to take, it puts like a bodysuit around this figure and puts Jet's skin on the Genesis 9 figure, okay? But we'll go with the Genesis 9 skin. Let's just find a Genesis 9 figure here, and I guess any skin would kind of do, but let's go with Noah's skin, okay? Materials, and we select this new Jet who has the two morphs on him, and we'll give him Noah's skin. And it can take a good while to put, you know, skin on another figure. It has to load all the maps, and it's going to be this way. It's not any different for this figure that's got the morphs at all than it would be loading it onto any other Genesis 9 figure. It's the same amount of time. There's really nothing different about this figure except that you've morphed it. That's it. It's a Genesis 9 figure, and the morphs were made for this exact figure. So it doesn't have any other morphs. It's like just a copy of whatever you started out with. So once this skin goes on, you're going to see this Jet figure like you've never seen him in Genesis. Look at this. See, and this skin here that's on this figure looks like it was probably actually came from a female. So yeah, they do that. They sell us male figures and put female skin on it. So, but you know, that's what they do. So Genesis 9 is kind of riddled with all kinds of mess. So right now, but let's go with these materials here. We'll try a different material. One that doesn't look so suspicious. So you can kind of see that stuff. So now this, all right, here we got a male skin now, and it's still a little bit of something there, but this is Jet. This is the way Jet looks, and now you could take Jet's skin. I wouldn't recommend well, now the conversion, that process, that the program for converting skin to a Genesis 9 figure converts that skin, but it also converts the skin to PBR before it puts it on the Genesis 9 figure, which is a very nice feature. What's nice is we don't have any, this is Jet, and it's almost like I've never seen these figures before, because there seems as though they're the materials, it's almost like there's always been a veil between me and my Genesis 8 figures. And once they are, this is Jet's face right here. This, and I did dial it down a bit, remember? So you can, and the reason why you might want to dial them down is because it's not as easy to dial that figure down once it's a Genesis 9 figure, because if you lower that Genesis 9, it goes towards the female figure. It becomes more female. But if you dial it down while it's still a Genesis 8 figure, it goes towards a male figure. So if you want to dial that figure down, dial it down, and then just put the word edit in there so that you know that that's not actually Jet, but it's a dialed down figure to dial and soften some of his features, okay? Now, I'm going to show you another thing in your content library here, right where it says DAZ Studio Formats up at the top. You right-click and say Add Base Directory, and you search on your hard drive to where you put that file, that folder that you created that you want to put all of your Genesis 9, 8 to 9 morphs, okay? 8 to 3, 2 to 9 morphs, 8, 1 to 9 morphs, and see I have mine right here. So once I found it on my hard drives, right click and says Add Base Directory, and it will pop up, and then you go and find it, okay, where you put it on your drives, and you add it here, okay? So it's, see, I've got 2, 3, 8, 8, 1 to 9 head and body morphs. Very simple, okay? That's what I named it, so I know they're in there, and they're not in my DAZ 3D library, okay? If I wanted to put them in here, I could have said create a subfolder or but browse to a folder location or something. But no, this, I didn't want them in my DAZ 3D library. I wanted them in a layer above, okay? So, all right, so we delete Jet. Okay, now we're going to do this again. And we're going to, until we kind of get a few of these done. Okay, so now I'm going to load the Genesis 9. Now, I could have used the Genesis 9 figure without the morphs on it, because even though that dev load is, and they stay there in with your Genesis 9 figures, those become permanent morphs in your Genesis 9. So I don't have to do that every time I want to do that. We're going to let's pick something that's really hard to do, okay? Like the school camp. Like let's do a monster, okay? And bring that monster in and add that monster morph to a Genesis 9 figure, okay? And see how it works. I've never done this before, but I'm going to tell you right now, if anything will work, this will, okay? So now we go here. We put back in our Genesis 9 figure, okay? And then we just go and look for another Genesis 8 something, whatever, or another. And we're going to find something weird. Okay, this is a Genesis 8.1 male. I'm not going to do this because they've got a lot of horns and things like that. We're going to find something that doesn't have all of those geographs and all. We'll find something strange, though. Okay, this guy. Genesis 8. Let's see how he... So the War Goblin. Now, I'm not sure. I think his teeth will even work. No, I don't believe it will morph his teeth, okay? So the thing is that there are morphs for the teeth, okay? You can buy these teeth morphs for Genesis 9 that will give you like a whole lot of different teeth morphs, okay? So it's not like you can't morph their teeth and all. So, but I don't believe, no, it won't work with the eyes. It won't do anything with the eyes, this conversion. It will give us the shape of this figure, okay? So, and they're probably with their mouth closed. So, okay, so let's see. I've never done this before, so let's see how we can, if we can turn this Genesis 9 figure into a war goblin, an HD war goblin. So, and then we could take this HD war goblin's materials with the material converter, and what it does, again, it just throws a bodysuit over the Genesis 9 and puts this, and it converts the war goblin's skin to PBR, and then it puts it on the bodysuit. So very, very easy. Now, the thing about bodysuits and Genesis 9 and exporting them out to like Unreal Engine, there are problems with that. How you do that, and I noticed in the forum there was somebody was talking about, please stop using bodysuits because you can't export them into Unreal and all. But you know what? I got news. There are layers and layers of stuff, which is a layer is a bodysuit. Okay, so there are layers of stuff. Okay, so here we go. We select the War Goblin first, and then we take. So we won't see these teeth coming through. Okay. It will kind of, I think, stretch the teeth. Maybe it won't. I don't know. We're going to see what happens. So we select the War Goblin first, then Control-Alt-C is the way we invoke this. Look at that. It just completely, now it did, something is weird about the hands. It doesn't look like it morphed the, oh, maybe it did. I don't know. Let's see. War Goblin, this is all. I'm not going to edit this. We'll leave the War Goblin just the way he is. And we're going to convert this now. See what happens. It doesn't look like the arms are converting, but maybe it will. Well, I don't know. We shall find out, won't we? Now, I have a feeling this is going to work perfectly, okay? So even with the hands and arms and fingernails and everything, this is going to work perfectly. I have a feeling, but we'll see. So we have a head and body morph. So, all right, now we're going to select the War Goblin, and we want to put it in our morph folder. And once you put that morph folder into add it to your libraries, then you click and you'll notice it here now. Okay, you can see all of my morph folders from all my libraries, okay, and you select it. And then you only have to select it once, and it will always, now I'm going to save the morph there. Okay, morphs assets were saved, 2 morphs. Close this, and now we can delete the morph goblin. But what we have here is this, and now we go to goblin parameters. I think. All right, let's go up here. Here it is. There's the head. And there is the body. And it did the arms. It did everything exactly. And so we would want to, really to convert. Now, we open the mouth and let's see what happens. He's probably... I have a feeling the teeth, what's going to go on with the teeth here? So mouth. Mouth. Oh, it would be jaw. Genesis 9 is jaw open, not mouth. Okay. Jaw. Jaw clench. Jaw open. And see, okay, there's our teeth. So we would have to do something with the teeth. Morph the teeth, okay? So, but other than that, and you could probably do these lower teeth. Okay, we go here to the teeth here. Mouth. We could go teeth, lower child. I'm not sure how you would morph these teeth. I've never tried to morph teeth. Okay, I usually keep my figures' mouths shut. You have incisors. Okay, a lot. There are a lot of morphs for teeth. Okay, but these ones here, tongue out. Teeth. Okay, lower. Gum line, teeth priority. You could probably like even use math. No, I don't think you could. So, teeth size, lower, size, length. Oh, that's how high they are. Size upper. Okay, we got to go into here. Size. Okay, that's how big they are. Vampire teeth. Lower gone. Okay. Teeth upper length. See, I'm not seeing anything. Okay, maybe it's not teeth. It would be gums, maybe. Gums height. Okay, maybe what we have to do is this. Go to back to teeth. Okay, mouth. We go to here and we scale it X. There we go. All right. See, there's a way to do this. Isn't that lovely? So now we go and we look at this and make sure we move them Z. That's rotate, Z, I think. Z translate. Okay, that didn't work. Let's... Okay, that's not working. Z scale, okay. Y scale, that's not working. Okay, now we might be upper, lower jaw. Translate. Oh, that's the whole jaw. Z. Lower teeth. Here we go. There it is. Which isn't a lot. We can't move them in a lot. And lower teeth. Oh, but we could do what our art told us here. Use limits, turn them off, accept. And there we go. And we can move them up. Y translate. We have complete control here of these teeth. Okay, so I think these got to go Y translate a little bit down. And the same with the okay, and now we have also length, so we can in the teeth. So it looks like we have control now. Lower teeth, and then upper face rig, and then we go upper teeth. Upper teeth. Here we go, and we go Z. We move them out, but we have to go here. Parameters. Use limits, turn that off. And now we can move them right out where we kind of want them. Yeah, and now we can also scale them in. Move them out. Z. Okay. Hello. And now we can work with, go into here with our teeth here, mouth, and go into our teeth. And we got all these twist, canine, teeth, upper incisors size. That's the front teeth. And lower. Lower gums height, and we have these lower teeth length. And again, we can take this in parameters, turn the limits off. We can make these teeth taller. So we go into iRay here, and we have teeth. So we would have to put some kind of skin on him. I wonder if just regular human skin. So, but I might have some kind of beast, Genesis 9 beast. Now remember, he is Genesis 9, so if I select him and go to filter by context, it's going to show me Genesis 9 stuff, all products. Let's go to figures. Let's see if I have some kind of monster here. That we, okay, we've got trolls. Here we go, materials. All right, here we go. This will give us even the, and there might be even some teeth morphs. So look at these. This is a green troll. Now look how that worked. See? So yeah, and this is our Genesis 8 war troll or whatever. Yeah, people, see, this is pretty cool, isn't it? Now, so and there's a little too much shine on that skin, maybe, I don't know, but we'll see. But yeah, this works really, really nice. And it's just, look at the wrinkles in the face, and yeah, very, very nice. I had to buy this product, this Gren the Troll, okay? So I couldn't live without him. It was just like, and now as you can notice, the eyes, we'll edit the eyes for this, okay? And it looks as though our teeth are correct, but there's things we could do with this. It's not sure exactly what I'm doing here, but I may have pulled this out. You might even be able to pull this out a little further towards the lip, okay? There's all kinds of stuff. I'm not putting much time into this, but I'm just kind of giving you. So what you would want to do is, I think the hot number is usually 120 for the eyes here. 120 to make the eyes fit, but it might be a little bigger for the troll. And you push it back. It does look like it's going to be bigger for the troll. So let's go one. Maybe it is. Maybe that is enough. No, let's go 140. Okay. And push this in a little bit. Over and out. And over. And remember now, you can use any Genesis 9 eyes. We'll bring it up a little bit. And see, that certainly looks a lot better than it did, than this one. So we go now here with this one, 140. 140. 140. And we bring it in and over. Oh. Over. Up a little bit. And out a little bit. Just a little bit more. Okay, Z. Okay, I think. There it is. And down a tiny bit. Now, of course, you can give him all those really kind of crazy troll eyes. Let's see. We still have something here weird going on with the eye, so maybe this has got to go back. Yeah, because he has this weird kind of flap of skin there. How do I do this? This isn't the right. It's blue. Okay, we move it up and over. He has this weird flap of skin that you don't want to cover. Whoop. And I think we're still covering it. Maybe this is just a weird flap of skin. I'm not sure what that is and how to deal with that, and there's probably some kind of morph to fix it. But it looks like we might do better to just try and bring it out enough to cover to kind of hide it. I can't stand these controls sometimes. That's why. Okay, bring it down. Z. X. Okay. All right, that didn't work. All right, go back to our perspective view. So we'll just have to do this manually here. Okay, that's enough, I guess. So now, and it's up a little high. He has very nice teeth. So, okay. So there's our troll, okay? And he's there in my morphs. Now, anytime I want to do this and morph him and then just open his mouth and kind of mess with his teeth, I can do that. Put him in a pose, Genesis 9 pose, any pose you use for Genesis 9, you can use for him. So, yeah, I just have to kind of edit him a little bit. So, very nice dental work. So, yes, that's our troll. So we go here again, the War Goblin. And now we go back and we put in, again, we just keep going through the process. We add another Genesis 9 figure. Okay. And this time I'm going to create a custom figure. Okay. We're going to take and mix some of my favorite characters and create a new figure. Somebody's a face that's never been before. Okay? Maybe. We'll see. Okay, so this is our Genesis 9 figure. And now we go to our figures. Turn these off. And we go back to figures again because it doesn't know how to keep your place. Figures. And now we go down to Genesis 9. And I think we're going to go Callen. C-A-L-L-E-N. Is it Cal-A-N? Callen. We'll start with Callen. All right, we bring Callen in. He's a Genesis 8 male. And now if it can do the morph of a of a war troll, it can certainly do a female, okay? So just keep that in mind. Now, I want to do Callen first while I have him here. Let's do Callen, because usually I don't change Callen. He's going to leave him just the way he is. I could take his shape down a little bit, but let's Control Alternate C. And it says Callen. I'm not going to edit him any, so I'm just going to convert him. Okay, it takes only a moment here. And I'll show you a little trick to save you some time, okay? It actually saves quite a bit of time, so so it's going to tell us that this new figure, okay, as soon as this done here. So I select this, select that, save the two morphs into my folder, okay, and then close this. Now, if you notice that when I delete Callen, which I'm not going to do, okay, if I just turn Callen off for a moment, that even though it says this is Callen HD, it's not, because the morphs have not been applied to this, okay? So actually I can just keep going on and morphing things to this, okay? So what we're going to do is bring Callen back in, turn off this just for a moment, the Genesis 9, and now I'm going to take Callen's... Why does Callen look so weird? Oh, because the eyebrows, it didn't turn off. Okay, I'm going to just delete this for now. Okay, it's just didn't... If I had turned it out, gone out of... Okay, so we're going to edit Callen down now. Okay, we're going to go to his... See, because he does still look kind of a little bit like... His features are so strong, you know? So what I'm going to do is we're just going to create our own figure. So we're going to take... His body's okay. So we'll just take the head down, and we're going to just use a little bit of Callen's head. Okay, like there. All right, just a little bit less. And then we're going to go and find some other head to add. We're going to create our own unique figures. So we're going to go to heads, actor, head, and we're going to find the heads of all the Genesis 8 heads here. Somewhere here. Callan, where are they all? And now let's add a little bit of let's see, what heads have we got here? We'll use some okay, I'll do it through here because then I can kind of just jump through them all. A little bit of Roderick. Okay, I can't really see what I'm doing. Okay, a little bit of Roderick. There. And let's give him a little bit of Holt, this kind of ruggedness. And we can only do like a few, all right? And then maybe a little bit of Fergal. Fergal has a very square jaw. Look at what we've got right here. Look at what just happened. You see? And there's also now thinking one more head here. That is, where is he? Buster. Okay. Now Callan's eyes are a little bit crossed. It's just the way he is, kind of. And the body's fine. All right. So now we have created it may not seem like we have, but we have just created a face that has never been before. Okay. And so there's one other guy here I want to find and put a little bit of his face in here, if I can find him. As I go down through it, I'm just going to all of a sudden remember his name. Probably because I'll read it like subliminally. Where are you, dude? Is it? No, it's... Riker's lashes. I don't know why that's... Okay, let's see what we got here. It's probably like the last guy in the list. No, I can't find him. It's been a while since I used to just like do these, and that's the thing is that now Trajan. See, that's nice too. So now this, see, it's this right here, this just because you learn these faces And then you just kind of know what you're going to get when you start mixing them together. All right, so this is it. Now what we could do is just let's experiment also with this body. Now I think this body is really good, but if I already have like this body, so if we're going to really do something experimental, we're going to take down the body a little bit. So we'll take this Callan. So these are all the heads that I've used, okay? And we take the Callan body down a little, like this, the same way. And then we go back in here and we look for body, full body. Not full body, just body, I guess. All right. Okay, body. And we take a little bit of Alexander. There, just a tiny bit of Alexander, Alistair, some Raphael, no, Chance, let's see the chest here. Christian, make him a little more kind of plump. And okay, I think we got it. So we have a different body too. You see this? How we do this? All right, and now we can turn and bring back in our Genesis 9 figure. And we're going to call him Vincent. Okay. And let's see what we have here. Vincent. He's a completely new figure. All right, for Genesis 9. And all we did was move the faces around. So we select this guy. We're going to call him Vincent. All right. Vincent 8. All right, and we're going to now select. No, okay, I did that wrong. This is Callan. We're going to call this Vincent. We'll just call him Vincent, V-I-N. All right, and this is Gen 9. All right, and so we select Vincent first. Our Genesis 8, then 9. Okay, we're going to go actually Vincent 8 again. Because he was these were all Genesis 8 figures that we just morphed. Okay, Vincent 8, Genesis 9. Control-Alt-C. And now we have our Vincent 8 to 9. We just want the head and body. Convert. Okay. I don't know why it just added all kinds of junk to the end of that name. But as long as the Vincent 8 is there. Oh, okay, look at that. It's like I can almost read that Vincent 8. It puts all those morphs. It like just put this cryptic thing, and I know when the TR was like Trajan. Okay, so it like took the first name of each morph that was added in. Okay, save morph asset. Okay, close this. And now we can get rid of Vincent 8 here. And there, oh no, we haven't got Vincent yet. So now we search here, we select Vincent and find the morphs. the new morphs. Okay, Vincent. I must have typed like 1,000,000 words into this little box that never appeared there. See, it just did it again. V. Okay, do you hear that? V. Okay, I. All right. I know everybody else has struggles with the same thing. So there's Vincent's head. There's Vincent's body. Look what we have here. His face is a little kind of stubby, but hey. All right, now let's put some skin on Vincent. Some Genesis 9 skin. It's all the stuff's already saved in here. It's just saved as those morphs. I don't have to save Vincent or anything. Now his eyes aren't quite. We look in his eyes and they're going to be too small. See, so that's always going to have that problem. But what's nice about the Genesis 9 is that we have that when you resize them, we don't have the same problem with the troll eyes with that weird kind of like flap of skin kind of thing. So, all right. So now we just find a Genesis 9 figure. Some skin from a Genesis 9 figure. Let's try Ethan's skin. I have a feeling his skin is going to look kind of feminine too. So that's the thing, is they think that we're not going to notice that they use female skin on a male, you know, and sell it in the Daz store as a male. Rough, okay. Even if you put scars all over it, yeah, it's still a skin from a female's body. So, but you know, that's just the way the Daz stores. It's kind of corrupt. So yeah, and you know, as much as I love the Daz store and love the artists there, are just, they think that we don't know. But when you put the skin on your figure and they look like a female, you know, it's kind of obvious. And you know, you'd think Daz would like say to the artist, did this skin reference really come from a male? That's, you know, it's kind of an important question to some of us who do art. Did it really come from a male? Can we see your project files? Where did you buy the skin? Where did you reference it from? So, because, all right, now we got something happening here. We've got the skin on. Is this going to look male? It looks a little bit female, but, and the eyebrows are definitely, they're just, these are the standard eyebrows for the Genesis 9. So we could just kind of change them out for something that looks a little more masculine. And the eyelashes are the same thing. So I have eyelashes up here, which are kind of straight. Okay, we go into favorites, dev items, straight style lashes. Okay, look a little more male than the ones that came on there. All right, so and then we go here and we go to essentials. This skin looks okay. It doesn't necessarily just scream that it came from a female. So, no, it doesn't actually. But, you know, you can't blame me for wondering. You know, when you see so much kind of sexism in the store, it's like, you have to, you become suspicious of everything, okay? Okay, that doesn't look good. Z. No, these aren't really. Okay, but we go down here. We'll find something. See, the light is so bright in this room here. Okay, Z. We have some low ones. These are really big. There we go. Those work. There we go. So this is the this is our new figure, and this is Vincent. Okay, welcome to the world, Vincent. I hope your shape and form goes far. And now we have obviously an eye problem. Okay, so we go back to parameters and we do our 120 thing with the eye. Oh, not there. Right eye scale 120. And we do the same thing here. I don't really know, if there's a better way to do this eye thing than this. I don't really know. But okay, there's one eye, and then this eye has got to go in a little. Okay. Now you can see where I totally screwed that up. Over. Okay. There we go. And now we take the eyes, they're too big, so we have to, this guy needs like to come over a little more. What's wrong? I think they're okay. We just have to make them smaller. Okay, so now we go to the eyes here. Iris. And we take this iris size and bring it down. Okay, and I think we can go here and get a little bit more out of it. Use limits here. Okay. And this. Use limits. And now I think we can bring them down even more. There we go. That's too small, but there. Okay. So there's our figure with the, now it's, we have, it, there's a lot of, it looks like, now what this is, what we're seeing here on this body, see all these lines and everything? This is from another figure. We took their skin from another figure. And so what we have to do is go into the skin here and turn down the bumps. Because this isn't actually curvature. It's just, it's detail that's in the bumps of the skin. And so we just, now we go into surfaces here, select our converted figure and look up, what was it, normal? The normal map here. Where is it? Oh, we have multiple maps. We have to go to skin. There it is. And we bring this down like this. See how that's gone? We might want to leave a little bit of detail there. See that? Just a little bit. See how that works? And now we could make a scene with Vincent in it. And it's not like we can't still come in here and morph his body. Like, I might say that his body is a little bit, so we could go currently used. We could take this Vincent body and just lower it a little bit. But what we're going to do is end up with boobs, because that's what's there underneath. And so what we would have to do is go into here, male, and we go to this converted here, Genesis 8 male body, bring that up. Okay, and so now now we end up with probably some anomalies here. I'm still seeing those lines here that aren't looking so great here, but it looks like it's okay now. So we might actually be able to go now to back to parameters and currently used, and now possibly bring this body down a little bit towards the Genesis 8 male. Yeah, and just kind of back off of it a little bit so it doesn't look quite so grotesquely muscular. And I'm still thinking that the normal map is too high. There we go. Now it looks kind of normal. So there we go. This is Vincent, and this is how we do this. We can give him different eyes. Let's give Vincent some Nathan. Kind of has the best eyes. Materials. Did that work? No, it's still putting them on. There, just a little more natural looking. There we go. All right, so that's Nathan. So this is how, so you can just take and create whatever character you want and bring it and create the morphs for them and bring them over into your Genesis 9 figure. Put whatever skin you want on the figure, and just remember that if you end up with these really weird kind of, it looks that, and I'll tell you, it takes hours to figure that out, because it'll look like, why is this body so muscular? And you're trying to change the body, and it's not the body, it's the skin that has these little lines that denote the muscular curves and all. Like, you can still see a little bit of those lines here, okay? Just don't fall into that trap with the muscle where you're trying to take the muscles out of the body, and it's not the body that you have to take the muscles out of, it's the skin, okay? It's the normal maps of the skin, okay? That took me out. It took me almost a whole night. And if you probably remember the video that I made, a whole night to figure out that I had to go in. And the next day, I just thought, oh my God, it's the normals. It's like, yeah, look at that. Just a beautiful, beautiful figure here. And we can give him some, just now, there's still a little bit of a little bit of feminine. It might be the map. They might have actually taken it from a female. I wouldn't doubt it. So I think of all the figures that you can kind of trust, it's the ones made by Daz themselves that you're gonna you're going to get male skin from a male. It's the other artists that come in and create male figures. You just look at them and you say, you know, why don't you go back to making female figures, okay? Because your male figures look like females, okay? So, you know, it's just, you know, they have so many female figures that they've kind of sampled their skin references, and so they just keep using them, you know, for their female figures. And then when they go to make a male, they don't go and get male skin. They just take a female skin. It's like, oh, this will work. You know, it doesn't. Okay? We can see it. We can tell. It doesn't work. So I'd like to put some, like, hair on him and make, you know, make him look a little bit more, so body. Just kind of do the whole thing to give, you know, a little bit of stubble on his face and some hair. And the thing is you can use your Genesis 8 clothes on him. Even though he's Genesis 9, the auto fit will work. So, yeah. But the thing is that all of your Genesis 9 bodysuits, tattoos, all of that stuff will work on him now. And they are quite superior. Do we try this again? Okay, I guess I clicked it. It selected it, but it didn't, like, apply it. All right, so here we go. There's the chest. We got to wait till it snaps on. Come on. There it is. The chest hair. And now we do find some kind of facial hair. Face. Let's try Hudson's little beard. See how that works. It's just a little too much. Z. You know, you just wonder, does a beard really look good on skin that was referenced from a female? It, you know, when you put the beard on, sometimes it just doesn't look right. No matter what beard you put on, it's like, why isn't this looking right? And that's why, okay? So we have to, this beard has to be auto fit. See, that's a little better. A little bit of, has it snapped in yet? Well, you know, it's Genesis 8 quality. It doesn't look that great, but from a distance it looks okay. And then we'll go with some kind of shaved short. We'll go with the shaved head stuff. There we go. There's Vincent. Now that's that does look very masculine now. It's just now get him a pose. Parameters. These rules need to be written in. Like when you sell a male figure, the skin needs to be referenced from a male. Okay, is that really too much to ask for? You know, because we get so few male figures, and that, you know, it's just when we finally get them, please give us ones with actual male skin. Okay? So, all right, now we go here. And we go to poses. Poses. Now I've got some, all right, let's go poses. Turn this on. Get rid of that. Files. Poses by function. Standing. What do we got? see this Genesis 8 face is like better than like I would say 90% of my Genesis 9 figures. I only have a couple of Genesis 9 figures that have faces this beautiful. All right? Maybe one or two, maybe one, maybe not even one. This is why you go back and get your Genesis 8 figures from this is why you go back, okay? Because the Genesis 9, they're just not doing it. They're not giving us beautiful men. They're giving us every beautiful woman under the sun. They're just pumping them out like a factory, like a canning factory, But the males, when they finally come out, they're just hideous. And this is why we go back and create our own males. Okay? This is why. The very big reason why. All right? Because they're just perfect. You can make them perfect like this. See, and there's this, and I could go back now and just blend another face. So let's do that. Let's take Vincent. Let's file, save as. Let's see. Would be character preset. Vincent. I don't know that if I load Vincent back in, the eyes probably will go back. They'll still keep the same surface. Vincent 8 to 9. But they will. I'll have to resize them. Isn't that nice? Okay, shape settings, material, script options, compressed file. I guess that doesn't matter. All right, script paths. All right, so we save the character. Now, if I were to reload him, and we'll put some roses in his hand, behind his back, a dozen roses. Wouldn't that be nice? Okay, so we delete Vincent, and then we go back to our Genesis 8 figures. I told you I'm going to do this. Well, see, I have to do this because I need these morphs in my Genesis 9. Now I can just put a Genesis 9 figure in and pull those morphs over, and I have Vincent. And if you guys want Vincent, if you want that figure, all you have to do is go in and you have this video, and you can go and dial each one of those figures. You saw which ones I chose and which dials I dialed and how much I gave of each one. And you can create Vincent, the body, the all of that from those dials, okay? So, but the thing is that, like, I'm going to make another figure now. We're going to go into products, and we're going to add a figure. Now, let's see. Let's start off with figures. Let's put Alexander in. Here he is, Alexander. All right. Now Alexander, he's got, again, his faces, like, they make them kind of caricature so that his face, maybe that's because they do come from real faces, and real faces a lot of times are just so, they have their beauty, but like, look at his face, how kind of, and even his body, it's just completely kind of blown out in a way. And so what we're going to do is we're going to put in we'll save him unedited, okay? And Alexander has the most awesome eyebrows. They're painted on. They're just so heavy and thick. And they're just really beautiful, if you like that kind of thing. So, but it's his skin. His skin isn't going to be going over to Genesis 9. All right, so now we go into favorites, and we're going to bring in our Genesis 9 figure. Welcome, people. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, so we bring in our Genesis 9 figure. And this, what's nice, it says Alexander. Now, Alexander is a Genesis 8 figure, so we'll put an 8 on that. I'm going to leave it just like Alexander 8, and if I see Alexander 8, I'm going to know that's unedited. If I see Alexander 8 edited, then that means that I brought his looks down a little bit, okay? See, I love his looks. He's one of my favorite characters. It's just, it's a little too much. And so this is what's nice about this, because they give you this kind of very nondescript male head to kind of bring his figures down into that, okay? So we go Alexander. We're just going to put an 8 after this. It's just so I know that he's not like 8-1 or something. I forget what figure he came from. All right, and then we select that first, this one second, Control Alt and it's C, open up our script. And now you see it's Alexander 8 converted to 9. We have the head and body morph. Convert. Very, very easy to do this. The last time I did this and made all these morphs, it took me over 2 days to do it. Whole days to do and I didn't even get them all done. And if you remember me trying to do Jon Snow and taking Jon Snow and say, well, they sold us Jon Snow. It's like, why are they selling Jon Snow for 8-1? It's like, why didn't they give us Jon Snow for Genesis 9? But all you have to do is bring him in here. Now we're going to do this and save morphs. They're saved in my folder now forever. Close this. All right, now this is all right, so now what I'm going to do is we're going to see if we can turn this off. And it did let me turn it off that time. Okay, so we're going to go to Alexander 8. Now we're going to change him a little bit. We're going to go to currently used. And watch what happens when I just dial his head down a little bit. We're dialing down Darius and his head. Just a little bit. See that? It just kind of took some of that roughness off that face. Okay, and the body here. This body is like, what the heck's up with that too? All right, so we bring the body down towards our Genesis 8. And now a navel. There's also nipples. See, these nipples are just like, wow, what the heck? And the nipples down here. Just bring them down a little bit. Areola depth. Areola. I don't know what these body parts. Okay, now when I look at this from the side, it doesn't look like the nipples are like so massively. Just a little bit less than that even. Okay, and so we brought the body down. So see, suddenly he just looks kind of normal now again, and we're not going to get the eyelashes. So now we're going to save this as Alexander edit, okay? Because if I do this in Genesis 9, it's not going to work, because if I dial him down, it's dialing him down to a female. And it's going to, all of a sudden, he's going to have more breasts rather than less. And I think I'm going to take this body down a little more. Yeah, I just want it to be a little, I can buff him up a little bit more in Genesis 9 if I want to. All right, so, but we bring them down a little bit like that. See, that looks really nice. Okay, now we go and save him now. So we go back and turn on this Genesis 9. See, we didn't apply the Vincent morphs to that or the Alexander morphs. So it's still our dev load kind of Genesis 9. So now we select Alexander first and this. And now Control Alt C, bring up our thing, convert. Oh, shoot. I didn't put the word edit there, so I have to cancel this. Darn, I don't know what I've just done here. It's going to ask me if, it's going to tell me that there's already morphs named that. If I want to maybe overwrite them or change, hopefully that's what it's going to do. I just messed up big time. All right. Darn. See, what I can do here. Okay, I'm just going to close this. All right. It's good that this happened. So now what I have to do is go into here and delete the Alexander morphs. And we'll save him as Alexander edit first, and then I'll bring Alexander back in and save him as Alexander. I do want the full Alexander just in case that maybe I've mellowed out his looks a little and I might want them kind of grotesque. Okay, so all right, so what we're going to do is select this Genesis 9 figure here. It's still Genesis 9. This is the gray one here. And we go into parameters. And we search for Alexander. All right. And what I'm going to do is right click here and click edit mode. And that turns your morphs so that you can edit them. And then I'm going to right click and I'm going to delete current selected property. Right click, delete selected property. So now I'm going to take this Alexander. Okay. I can leave that in edit mode. It doesn't matter. I'll turn it back later. But now we go into Alexander, and I'm going to rename this Alexander 8 Edit. Okay. That's it. Now select this, select that, Control Alt C, and now you see it says Alexander Edit. Convert. Excuse me. All right, now Alexander edit. The birds are chirping outside. I have a fan on. I hope it's not too loud. And so the reason why I deleted those morphs because it just overwrote the Alexander morphs because I didn't rename this, okay? Alexander 8 edit. And so it overwrote. Now I'm going to select, I wanted this and this. It's cool that it kind of puts them in under my name as if they're my kind of products because they have been edited. Close, all right. Now, all right, so we're going to delete Alexander edit, okay? And now we're going to put Alexander in. Default. Figures. I don't know that I would ever use Alexander the way he is. See, that's the thing is I know I would always use my edited version. See, that's the thing because Alexander is just between the nipple problem and his face being just kind of so caricatured, and the thing is I can't achieve that. I look at this, and you wonder, is this again somebody using like female? Like, does that look like a male's breast? I mean, does it? No, they've kind of ruined Alexander because they don't know how to make a male figure, you know? It's just that kind of thing. So I know I've harped on that a lot, but okay, Control Alt. Now okay, now I just have Alexander, but I'm going to put this as Alexander 8, okay? Not 8 edit. And now we have one called Alexander 8 edit that's already in there. Control Alt C. And now we're going to just go like this. Alexander 8 converted to 9. Convert. Make sure you do it right. So I'm going to probably have 2 morphs for every figure, because most of my figures, the ones that I know I'm going to use a lot. And so and one is going to be like them unedited, and the other one is going to be them edited, where I've just kind of backed off their head and body. Sometimes the body's okay. All right, so this it says Alexander 8. That's what we want. Okay. Now we can close this. Now we can delete Alexander 8. And now we have our converted. And what we can do now is go here, back into our parameters. And there we go. And I'm going to right-click here. We only have 4 of them. Now see there's Alexander searching there. And we'll turn off edit mode. All right. Now this is the Alexander edit head, okay? That's the head edited a little bit. You see, it's just a little bit. And then we have the edited Alexander unedited head. And you see, it's just a little bit kind of too much. See what I'm saying? It's just, and you just take that head down a little bit. And, you know, I might look at this and say I took the head down too much, you know. But now we have, you see, I may have taken it down too much. That's the head. There's the body. But and Alexander has this beautiful cleft in his chin. See that? And now we could bring a little bit more of Alexander in. You see, you can mix them in a little bit. It's not going to hurt to just throw a little bit more of him in. Oh, that's the body. Here's the head. Just a little bit more of the head in. That's what you can do. See, now we have a little more of the cleft in the chin. See, this is beautiful. So, yeah, this is, I've given you guys a really, really massive, this is probably one of the best tutorials that I've ever made. This is probably the best tutorial because it just gives you diversity with your male faces and female faces. It gives you an incredible amount of diversity. Okay, we delete Alexander here. We're going to go back into favorites, load our Genesis 9 figure again. Because, you know, this is what I need to do, and you have to do it only once for each figure, which is about 100 times, you know. So, and you got to do it until you have your the figures that you really kind of like. And what is the name of that figure? I can't think of it. I'll find him, and then we're going to bring him in. A lot of these figures I've never really gotten. They just there were always kind of issues with Genesis 8 that seemed to vanish with Genesis 9 with the shape, and it just never seemed to. The shape of their face always seemed a little bit elusive to kind of to get. And Riker, not Riker. It's not Riker. It begins with another R, I think. Okay, so this is our Genesis 9 figure. We can kind of hide this for now. We're gonna do. All right. So what is his name? We're gonna go back here to figures. Now I think I can go and select these male by Genesis. Okay, real world. Well, it says masculine. Okay, we get rid of this. All right, get rid of that. Now we have to go back down through here. Male, we'll just go male. All right, now we go here into. Now this will be nice to be able to bring Jacques in, okay, and also Novak, but I'm going to go back to my Genesis 8. What we're going to try is a Genesis 2 figure also. Let's see if I can find the figure I'm looking for. Where are you, guy? Because some of these figures I just have never really kind of been able to capture their looks because there just seem to be issues with doing that. Okay, we're at Genesis 3. Now I'm not seeming to find him. Okay, Buster. This is another figure here. All right, we'll do Buster. Now, you see, with Buster, look at the big beer belly they gave him. Just, Buster is one of the most beautiful Genesis 8 male figures that they made. But they just trashed him, okay? They gave him this big, huge beer belly. They gave him a mullet. They gave him these, because Buster's supposed to be the kind of college drunk or the dropout kind of, everybody's the no good dad kind of look. Look what they did to his body. They just totally trashed him out. Okay? And Buster, look at I think Buster is actually kind of like sort of like a Heath Ledger. It's like they styled sort of Heath Ledger, and there's something about Buster's eyes. You notice how they kind of fold down over. There's some beautiful stuff about this figure that they have just completely trashed. And it's like, I'm not even going to save Buster, probably, I don't know, as is. Okay, we might as well. Okay, so this is Buster. Okay, this Genesis 8, that is our Genesis 9. This is Buster, and we're just going to call it 8. Okay, and we'll turn on our Genesis 9 figure, hold control, turn everything back on. Now select Buster first. That is just Buster 8, 9. Okay, Buster 8 and 9. Okay, what's wrong here? Shift. Okay. Now we go to Control Alternate C. What's wrong? Okay, I have too much stuff selected here. Genesis 8, Control. There we go. Control Alt C. All right. We'll convert him. This is Buster 8. Okay, convert. I can always dial down the body, but, and especially if I create a Buster, an edited Buster, okay? See, so you you have to fix these characters that they've put out. You have to fix them and make them look nice. I mean, they give the males hair lips. They give them scars all over that you can't get out of their skin. They just do all these things to kind of mar their looks. They make their figures look exaggerated, okay? That's what we're dealing with. Okay, saves morphs, okay? Now, close this. Now we're going to go Buster 8, edit. As long as I remember to change the name here. Edit. All right, there we go. Now we're going to edit him. We're going to turn off, again, this Genesis 9. All right. And Buster's skin is like they make his skin look pale because he drinks so much beer he's almost dead. Yep, this is what we're dealing with, okay? But you're going to see that this guy is a beautiful, beautiful figure. Okay, we're going to just take his parameters now. We go back to currently used. And where is Buster? Right here. We're going to take his head down just a little bit, like that. Just a tiny bit. Bring him in towards the Genesis 8 guy. It's already kind of fixed. And then the body, we got to bring that way down. Like almost turn it off. Oh, that's the Buster. We don't want Buster down. Okay, we want the body. Let's just take the body right down. Okay. Give him a normal kind of body. A usable one, you know. Look at that now. Look what we have here. This was Buster. Okay? And then we have like one of the most beautiful male figures that Daz has ever made. Okay? You can see my madness with this whole thing. My kind of my psychosis with the whole Daz thing of what I have to do to their figures just to make them usable. Okay? So now, but you know, I want to thank them for giving me Buster hidden underneath all of that other stuff. So we select this, Buster 8, and now the converted. Now we can Control-Alt-C. Now it says Buster 8 Edit. Okay, convert. Now you see I can now just take Buster's, I don't have to edit him. I don't have to go in and do that. I can just go and take that Buster edit, drag the face, drag the body, and I got Buster in Genesis 9. Okay, I don't have to worry about trying to like back off his looks in Genesis 9 and end up with a kind of with it becoming more of the female. All right, I don't have to do that. I can just use Buster or morph Buster with another morph. Okay, now we select this and put them into our folder, morph folder, and save them for a rainy day. And now we can take this Buster 8, edit, get rid of that, and then we can take this and we can go here to this Buster. Okay, not that. Don't want to bake transforms. Buster B. All right, so we have Buster converted, and then we have the Buster edit. And this is the head, and this is the body. And look what we have, Buster. See, this is amazing. This is so amazing. It just means that I really don't have to go back to my Genesis 8 unless I really want Buster's skin for some reason, and I would still have to make it like darker, like it doesn't look like he's been on a 3-year bender. So look at that face. It's just there. It's just right there. I just don't feel like I have to do hardly anything with this face. Let's just throw Nathan's skin on him for a quick look. Nathan, materials, skin. Now his eyes are sunken in. We have to resize the eyes. I don't find that to be a problem. Just have to kind of, it's something else that you have to do it. You can't leave the eyes like sinking in the socket. So, but You have to do that for the females too. Any figure that you morph their head in Genesis 9, you have to readjust the eyes and make sure they're fitting right. They did this right. This ManFriday, you are amazing. Your product here is so perfectly made. It really is the answer for bringing our Genesis 8 figures to Genesis 9. 8, 8.1, but I have a lot of Genesis 8 figures and 8.1 figures, and I have those figures learned. I've learned their faces. I know what happens if I mix this face with that face and that face and a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I have that kind of learned, and now I can bring that learning into Genesis 9. And watch what happens to Buster when we put some really nice skin on him. And the eye color and all. Look at this. See, this is it. That, my friends, you get rid of that pale skin. This is Buster, okay? This is what we're doing here. We're making beautiful art. You don't want Buster, in some modern, art with dancing and modern dance form, with the beer belly and it's like maybe, it's like maybe some people might feel like, but I'll tell you right now, the majority of people are going to look at it and say, yeah, but if you take this and you put that in that modern dance pose, okay, you're going to get something incredibly, people are going to say, that is beautiful. You know what I'm saying? That's what you want. That's what you want in your art, okay? Look at that face. That's what they covered up, okay? They covered this up. That is beautiful. And the thing is now I can just take and morph Buster in. I don't have to I have this edited version where I kind of brought down his features a little bit, just a little bit. Okay? So Buster, you are amazing. Now we're going to look again. We're going back. There are some figures that I would really like to find. I can't find one in particular. We're going to find him. Just go through all the figures until I find him. Now we're still in Genesis 9. Now this guy, these guys, Achilles, Jacques, these ones, Ty, these ones are, again, you look at his face there and you can just see it's obviously overdone again. Okay? But you just back it off a little bit and suddenly you have this amazing figure. Again, overdone. Okay, where is he? Poor Alex Capital. I think what's happened is he's gotten a new icon. Tate's another one. They made him just like really fat, which is okay, but it's just like, why not just give us fat morphs and which they have, and we can now look. This is again Rocco here. Rocco is another awesome figure. Michael 8.1, which is going to be interesting to see him just in all his glory. Michael 8.1 is a very nice artwork. Louis, I just can't wait to get all these figures in. and get an edited version and the full version. So if I do kind of overdo it with the edited version, I can bring a little bit of the newer version in, of the full version, just bring a little bit more. This guy's going to be funny to bring in. Okay, Scar, he's right in this area. I'm going to, this frog will be interesting to bring that in. Okay, Vlad. These figures, I just can't wait to see them in Genesis 9. Mason, I can't wait to see Mason also. Sebastian should be interesting. Alistair is going to be amazing. I think I did Alistair. I'm not sure. No, I did Alexander. Alistair is going to be very amazing. Diego is going to be very good also. See these figures, I just know their faces. Thorn is going to be another great one. Virgil. See, I have to just go through and do these, and it's going to take me probably again a couple days. But I feel like this time when I do it, that I'm getting something really that's very accurate, where before I was getting all these weird morphs, and I would go and put the morphs on, slide them on, and they didn't work right. They just looked horrible. Ezra, let's see what we got. Sandy. I don't even remember buying him. For Brute, 8. Okay, I think we've gone, we're now past the, okay, no, we're still at, we got Riker here. And Rodrigo. I may not have gone down far enough. There's Casper from way back. That's, we did, I think we did Casper. I just make a list. And there's Jet, we did Jet. Michael 8 will be nice to have him. So we're Genesis 3, but I think there's still 8 males down further here. Maybe not. Okay, so I can't seem to find this. They've changed, the picture's been changed for him. That's terrible when that happens, because you can't find your figures then. So who are we going to do next? I think we did Jet. Now Casper's the one I did last night. I had to take him out because I didn't have it in the right. Let's do Rodrigo. Okay. Okay, we bring Rodrigo in. And again, we have a kind of caricatured, and his eyes are terrible. They just, the quality of his eyes are just terrible. His skin needs to be PBR. But watch what we can do with Rodrigo here. See, that's what I say. Your Genesis 8 figures, they have this veil over them. They don't represent what they are, okay? When you bring them in, you just say, what the heck, okay? So we're going to now bring in our Genesis 9 figure. Watch what we do with Rodrigo. Okay. Rodrigo's body, I think, is okay. You know, I can always add muscle tone to it. As a Genesis 9 figure, I can just always introduce different musculature to the body. It's the head. The head is everything. The head is the signature of your character, okay? It's that signature, and that's what's the most important thing, is to get the head in there. And you can just you can always mess with the body and make it fit the head. But it's this getting to the Genesis 8 head. So, I mean, theoretically, you could just morph the heads in, and you'd be fine, because you can always make some kind of body to go onto it. So we got Rodrigo, and we're going to say 8. Rodrigo 8. Okay, and Genesis 9. We're ready to go with this. Control-Alt-C. Let's try again. Control-Alt-C. Here we go. Convert. We're going to do him unedited. Okay. And then we're going to edit him down and get him kind of ready. Get him ready for just use. The edited version is probably going to be the version I'm going to favor. Okay, so that is writing that morph into the character, and now we're going to save it for future stuff. Okay. Close this, and now we're going to go to Rodrigo. We'll turn off our... All right, now we're going to go into parameters. Currently used. Get rid of the word Buster. And what we need to select Rodrigo. And we're going to bring his head down just a little bit. And a little more. There we go. Now his eyes are, like I said, has the worst eyes in the world. Rodrigo is a very beautiful character, but you have to just kind of get him working him and get him right. Now let's take the body down. I think he's going to actually gain musculature by bringing it down. Okay, see, there you go. He's a Latin man. He's just has this, and the eyes make him look so terrible. But now we're going to go and we're going to put the word edit on here. Edit. Come on. Edit. So turn on our Genesis 9 figure. Go back, select Rodrigo. Z, I don't want to do that. This. Control-Alt-C. There we go. Now it says edit here. Convert. See, it's like now these figures are just ready to just turn on, bring in the Genesis. So really right now, if anyone from Daz is listening, we don't need Genesis 9 8 figures. All we need is we don't need Genesis 9 figures. We just need Genesis 9 skins. That's the big thing right now. And we need authentic male skins. That's it. So the more skins you can get us, the better. That's what we need, is to be able to just try these new skins. It would be nice if somebody took all these old Genesis 8 skins, and converted them all to Genesis 9 and PBR and sold us just like all of the old skins, in one big package, that we could just try and say, well, this was, Tyre's skin or whatever, this save morphs. Okay. So now we close this. We delete Rodrigo. And we now take our Genesis. Now we can go here to, where are you? Here it is. Rodrigo, R-O-D. Let's try it again. R-O-D. Rodrigo, and this is the edited, the converted head. There's Rodrigo's head, Rodrigo's body, and there we have our Latin man. Okay. Just beautiful. Look at that nose. It's just all right there. It's beautiful. There it is. See, so now if I want a little bit more of Rodrigo's head, I can, but look what it did to his head. It just became like incredibly, but I can do that, I can bring more of it in, but do I really need that? Just a little bit more. Say if I need a little more, there it is. There's the Rodrigo. Okay, if I feel like I backed off of his head a little bit too much. Art, thank you very much, Art. I'm so glad you're here, because yeah, this is the most amazing tutorial that I have made to date. Okay, and so I'm gonna keep going and going and going with this tutorial. And I'm going to keep converting so if you watch this, you will learn how to take your Genesis 8 figures and instantly put their face and body on a Genesis 9 figure. Because don't forget that you can just use AutoFit and use all your Genesis 8 clothes on your Genesis 9 figures. Okay? Yeah, well, I started early today. I've been here 2 hours. So 6:54 is like 4 o'clock when I started today. So look at that, beautiful. So now we can just take a Genesis 9 skin. We can take our, what do you call it? Let's take this guy's skin here. Let's take our John skin materials. Blood, we don't want blood or dirt. We just want the clean John. Put some of John's skin on Rodrigo. So this is what we're doing. We are converting my Genesis 8 figures, just their head morph and their body morph, to Genesis 9. And we're going to go through all of them, convert them all. And so all I have to do is put in the Genesis 9 figure, and dial up Rodrigo or dial it down, dial up Rod, or mix them. A little bit of Rodrigo, a little bit of Rob, a little bit of Jet, a little bit of this. For the head, I can take and just mix and match and really do a really nice job with these figures. So that is what we are doing here. I'm not sure that the mixing works because underneath it all is still the Genesis 9 figure. So I'm not sure exactly what to do. I think we might have to run. I'm not sure exactly. The body is a whole different thing than the head, but not really again. So, all right, so we're going to put now a Genesis 9 skin on here. It should turn tan. There we go. What have we got here? This skin, he's kind of ruddy looking. I'm not sure that his skin's going to look that good on him, but let's see. Okay, we got this cyclical problem again. It's just like Daz has decided to have a brain whatever. It's just going to keep going round and round. Now, if I go out of here, will it go into iRay now? Nope. Maybe if we try a different skin. It's just going to keep going round and round cyclical. So let's try a different skin. That was a huge failure. Augustus. Let's use Augustus' skin. That poor Augustus, look what they did to him. Made him just like really... Okay, let's go with his materials. And look what they did to his skin, too. So, will this render? No, Daz is just now freaking out. Okay. Okay, close this down. We don't need to see this. Okay. Crash, crash, crash. Daz, bad Daz. So, all right, we're going to go back. It hasn't ruined any of our work, okay? It's just the weird kind of thing that happens here. Every once in a while, Daz just decides to get into this cyclical error. I don't know whether if it's just it doesn't clear the RAM correctly or what, but that's what we get. Now it's deleting objects. It's obviously something filled the RAM like horribly. Not sure what it was. Maybe the undo. Okay, let's open this back up as soon as it will allow us. 9, 10, 11, 12. All right. Back into Daz Studio. All right, so we go now to, we insert, okay. Now I'm going to show you again what I did. We're going to go back and recap a little bit. Anywhere on your computer, you create a folder, and I call this 23881 to 9 head and body morphs, okay. I created a folder. Do not put it inside your Daz library, okay? Because if your Daz library gets corrupt and you delete it, you might forget and delete all your morphs, and you don't want to do that, okay? So you put all your morphs there. Oh, these are nice. These vampire costumes. I told you, all these old things that they sell, they're not ready to be in the Daz store. They haven't even tested them, and you get them, and there's no icon for them yet. They'll fix it, but, you know, It's just, come on, fix it before you sell it. So, all right. I told you I was going to buy all those things here. So I'm going to have a little drink of my non-alcohol beer. I'll be right back. Well, that's better. Okay, so we have now, so this is all you do. You bring your Genesis 9 figure. Everybody has one. They're free. You bring your Genesis 9 figure in. Then you pick what figure do you want to convert. So you figure what figure do you want to convert? And so I'm going to go here to my figures. And this anything from Genesis 8, 8.1, 3.2. Let's see what Genesis. Let's find a Genesis 2 figure and see if this works. Okay, let's see if this works. Genesis. Let's find a Genesis 2 figure. Okay, somebody. Genesis 3 male. Look, is this Tobias? Let's do Tobias. All right. I don't know that let's go back to Genesis 2 and see if Genesis 2 works. Okay. 8.1. All right, we're going to go to. All right, these are like Genesis 2, I think. Michael 7, I think, is Genesis 2. No, maybe he might be Genesis 3. I don't know that I have Brandon. What is he? Genesis what? There's like no information on him. Okay, Gabriel. Info, tips, info. No info on Gabriel. Let's try him, okay? Let's see if Gabriel will work. Let's bring Gabriel in. Can we get Gabriel's morph here and put it on to his head and body so that it's exact, so that Genesis 9's head and body is Gabriel, okay? That's what we're trying to do, okay? Now the skin is a whole other thing, okay? I'll make another video on that, okay? On once you've converted all your morphs, it's going to take me probably a couple of days. I thought I could do this kind of quick, but I think but what's nice is I don't have to turn off all these morphs and I don't have to deal with, and it doesn't take me like the Riversoft, the RISI character converter for Genesis. It doesn't take like sometimes like 40 minutes to convert. Now, okay, so now this is good. This is a Genesis 2 male. It says who it is. So we're going to call this Gabriel 2, okay? Briel. Gabriel 2, all right? Now we're going to select Genesis 9. Control-Alt-C. Does it work? Could not. Okay, so I think I spoke wrong. Okay, we can't convert Genesis 2 to Genesis 9. Only Genesis 3, 8, 8.1, and 9. Okay, so we get rid of Gabriel. We move our way up to Genesis 3. Let's do a Genesis 3 figure. I'm sure we can do 3. Now, let's find a Genesis 3 figure. And this guy 7, I think guy 7 is also Genesis 2, somewhere in amongst that. Look at this, Luciano. I want Lucian. I don't think I've ever even put him in the scene. Ethan, what's the difference? Okay, I thought it said, oh, for Lucian 7. Okay. Well, all right, now I've totally lost my place again. I love how it does that. There was another guy here. Okay, here it is, Tobias. For Genesis 3 male. Let Tobias look. These are figures that I've never used because they were Genesis 2. But if you can just take and morph their face and morph their body onto your Genesis 9 figure, and then use auto fit for their clothes and put some kind of skin on them, it's like, wow. Okay, so, all right, now, so we have Tobias. Let's put him in the scene. Now, I am sure. Now, that went in quick. Here we go. Now, select Genesis 9. Control-Alt-C. Now, that's going to, okay, cancel. I want to do this. Tobias 3. Just so I know where he came from. Chris, you're going to enjoy this. I don't know how much you've delved into this, but this right here is a game changer. This is, I believe, welcome. I believe this is my very best tutorial that I have made to date, and you are just in time to check this out. So now this is Tobias. He's a Genesis 3 character. And I select Tobias. Look how easy is this. Select Genesis 9, and then I hit Control-Alt-C, and up pops this script, ManFriday's Figure Converter. Okay? Do not buy it today. Wait till it's on sale. You can get it for like $10 unless you can get some kind of deal or you have a crap load of vouchers. Are they vouchers? What are those called? Okay, I think they're vouchers. Then purchase this. But this, okay, so all I had to do was put the figure in the scene, select the Genesis. I renamed and I put the 3 after it so I would know it was Tobias 3 from Genesis 3. And then I select Tobias first, Genesis 9 first, hit Control-Alt-C, up this pops. I don't know how they talk Daz into giving them their own hotkeys, but Control-Alt-C brings this up, okay? And you click Convert, all right? This is amazing, and look how quickly this happens. And this is, as you notice what it did, it took the Genesis 9 figure and brought it up to the same height. It made the same proportion of the figure. It works with like monsters and beasts, like big frogs, and you know those Genesis 8 frogmen and all those. It works with all of the frog ladies. It works with all of the beasts. It works with, because there's certainly a lot. They've certainly made a lot of male beasts. So this is a complete game changer. Look how quickly it's converting this Genesis 3 figure, which is like, it's so old I've like hardly ever used this. Then I just click here and click there and tell it to put it into this folder that I created on one of my hard drives. And so and what you do is you add it to your content library, and then it will show up here. Okay, you can see these are all of the folders that I've added to my content library. It will show up here. So I have only now these morphs that I see, because it already puts the morph into your Genesis 9 figure. It like puts it into it permanently into there. But you might want to save it into a morph folder. So in case you lose your Genesis content library, you'll always have these morphs that you could re-import with the morph loader into your Genesis 9 character, okay? So save morph asset, and that saves it here. So now, okay, we have Tobias, and we can turn off Tobias 3. Now this is our Genesis 9 character. This is exciting. So we just go now out of here and into our parameters, okay? And look, type in Tobias. And here we have Tobias, and this is the head. And this is the body. Look at Tobias, all right? And it's like I've hardly ever used these figures. Look at this guy. It's all of a sudden, it's like a veil has been lifted, because you know how horrible those Genesis 3 figures look when you bring them into the scene. They look so terrible. And look at this, though. And then I can just come in here and find now, maybe, Nathan. And put a really nice skin on Tobias. And now the morph's already saved into the Genesis 9 figure. So anytime I want to put a little bit of Tobias into one of my Genesis 9 figures, I can just morph a little bit of Tobias in the body, the head, okay? And then put some Genesis 9 skin on. And this, I've never really used Tobias because every time I put Tobias in, it was like, it wasn't Genesis 8. Their skin was, skin was like kind of too weird and funky because it was Genesis 2. But now look at Tobias. See, this is what's amazing right here. This is Tobias. Yeah. I mean, this is the most amazing tutorial that I have ever made, okay? Because now anytime I want to bring Tobias and put him on a Genesis 9 figure, I just morph him in, okay? And put some skin on the Genesis 9 figure, and there's Tobias. No, and the eyebrows, of course, are Genesis 9 eyebrows. I can just take them off and put a different eyebrow on, you know? This is amazing. You finally, it's like there's like a veil has been lifted from these old figures, okay? And it's all because of this product, this ManFriday Figure Converter. You just install it, let the install manager do it, and then when you go in, you select your Genesis, your old either 3, 8, or 8.1 figure, select the Genesis 9 figure, and hit Control-Alt-C, and run it through the convert process. It only takes a minute, and then you'll always have these morphs. So now I have Tobias, okay? So I'm going to just delete this and delete Tobias. Let's run through it again, people, because I have a lot of things to convert. Okay, so we're going to go back to favorites and dev items, put in our Genesis 9 figure. Okay, so that's the first one. You can either put in your Genesis 9 figure or put in your Genesis 8 figure, but you need them both anyway. So just put it doesn't matter if you use the dev figure without the teeth or with the teeth. It doesn't matter either or. Just use one of them because they both have the same body shape. It's just the dev figure doesn't have teeth and eyes, okay? So it doesn't really matter. So actually the dev figure would load quicker if you're going to do 100 figures, okay, and put them all into your figures, okay, so that your Genesis 9 figures have all of your Genesis 8 body morphs. So we're going to go down here, back down way kind of towards the bottom again. And some of these figures that, Noel. See, I've never loaded these figures because they were so old, and I figured their skin would be just so terrible, you know? I just haven't loaded them. And, of course, it works with the Genesis 8 females as well. All right, now who's this? Chance. Let's do something funky. Let's bring this Graylien in, okay? I don't know. I think that might be too hard to do, but let's do it. Let's just, all right, it doesn't matter. Let's see what happens with the eyes. I guess you just have to make the eyes black. I'm not sure what's going to happen with the eyes. Okay, I know what's going to happen. You're going to end up with these little teeny, weensy, teensy, tiny eyes, and you have to reset them into the place, okay? But it'll work, okay? Now I just want to put on this Graylien, okay? 8. So it's Genesis 8, just so I know, okay? And select Genesis 9, Control-Alt-C. You bring this up, convert. Couldn't be any easier. And it just made the Genesis 9 figure at the head, or it just adjusted the height, okay? It's doing all that kind of stuff. So what you'll end up is with little teeny eyeballs in the eye sockets, and you have to resize them and then just make them black. All right, and I want to save these into my folder so that I have them in case my library ever gets messed up. Okay, and so now we can delete this Gralien 8 very quickly. It's very quick. Okay, so now we have our Genesis 9 figure here. And how do you spell that? G-R-E-Y. Okay, so we go back here to, we select our figure, Genesis 9, and go to here, G-R-E-Y, up here. Gray, there it is, Gralien. I told you the eyes are going to be these little teeny balls inside. All right, so all you have to do is take the eyes and resize them, but look at that. That's Genesis 9. And I will tell you right now, this is exactly there. And what's nice is that, like, there's no weird morphs in here. It's perfect. It's perfect right down to every last detail. Perfect copy. Yes, isn't that nice art? Isn't it? So you just take these eyes here and you resize them, and then you can put whatever kind of texture. We got a bunch of really weird textures. I don't want to spend too much time on the eyes because I have so much. This looks like there is something weird happening with the eye, okay? But the thing is that there's something. This does have a problem with the eyes, okay, with big eyes, and I'm not sure what you do with that. But if you take these eyes and make them big enough, you can position them out beyond these little pieces, okay? I don't know. Maybe it is. It could be AI assisted, and you know, because I wondered that, Art. But you know, in geometry, there's a word called congruent. Okay, and I don't know that you need AI to make one thing congruent to another. All you just need is numbers. You need an algorithm, okay, to set congruency. Because AI is usually when you want to embellish, okay? I don't know. So, but there's obviously a problem with these big monsters, okay? Congruent, yes. And so that means that one thing is equal in size. I believe the way it goes congruent is size, shape, and size, shape, maybe even mass, and mass. It's something like that. So this is and so it really just it take. But how does it take the Genesis 9 form and make it congruent to the Genesis 8 form, and it's some kind of algorithm conversion, where you have one set of numbers here and you have another set of numbers here, and you need to bring those other set of numbers to make it congruent with the other set of numbers. And so, that's as far as I know about that, okay? So I'm not going to mess with this, and the thing is that there's a possibility of coming in here with Geometry Editor and just cutting out some of this stuff, okay? How you do it, I don't know. You'd have to actually cut it out of your Genesis 9 figure, but you could cut this stuff out, okay? You could chop some of this stuff out so the eye... But this particular part is kind of horrible. So the eyes have a problem with big things, and they mention that in the product. it says that there may be some problem. Extreme deformity may need manual adjustments for the eyeballs. Okay, so figures with extreme deformations in the morph, like monsters, those shapes will not be converted. Okay, so the eyes, while the tool has reasonable defaults to convert most figures, Genesis 9 has separate geometries for eyes and teeth. Those parts in source figures. 0, okay. Or hide it. Yes, that's a good, yes. The thing is when you hide something, if you save your file and bring it back, all of your hidden geometry appears again. Now, I think Daz has been working on that not happening. But, or, you know what would be really nice? Is the new Mesh Grabber Smooth tool, okay? We could probably take this guy here, let's take this Gralien, and bring him, send to Hexagon. All right, it's going to bring all this mouth stuff and tears and eyes and eyeballs. And so, okay. And now we go here. I always have to orient myself to this program. Like, how do I move again? Oh, yes, I have to think. All right, and over here, this way. Thinking is required sometimes. Go for it. All right, so now we turn this like this and move it like that. And then we go and select our figure. So it should leave the eyeballs and eyes and everything else alone. And we can go into UV Paint. This, our smoothing tool, lovely smoothing tool. And look what that does to it. See, this is why we need smoothing in Daz Studio. All right, look what that does to this. It just completely heals it. I think they call it the healing brush, and maybe it's Blender, I'm not sure. But look what that does. It just kind of tames that geometry a little bit here. Okay, and then we can bring the eyes, bring him back up again. I see those teeth hiding there. I know they're ready to devour. Look what this does. Look how we can just heal this. This is what we need in Daz. Okay, we can just heal this geometry. Smoothing it out. It was made to be kind of healed. It's amazing how this particular brush here works. Let's hope that we get at least a comparable kind of brush. We may, we may not. They may fail at this geometry endeavor with Mesh Grabber. It may not be like we kind of want, and we might end up with okay, now there's something, it looks like a little piece of geometry sticking there. What's that? What's that? Something weird. Okay, so, okay. We got to do this. Can I get that to go down? Okay, it looks like we have a piece of something very strange here. Okay, this is how we do this, I think. And we have a piece here. This is very difficult to do. All right, I've got to bring the strength up, maybe the size, up to about 7. See, this isn't good. It's not healing. Heal! And there's another piece up there that's not healing. And I'm not sure how I would get at that angle. Okay. Maybe down in here. Oh, it might be part of the tier. Here it is. Which we could remove. No. Okay, there is a tier thing here. Tier eyelashes. Maybe it's part of the eyelashes. We can certainly kind of mess with the eyelashes also here. But the more things that we adjust here, eyelashes. When I select the eyelashes, it goes back. Okay, we might have to accept here. Okay, then we can switch to tier. Then select our tool. There's our tier. It is part of the tier. That's what we do, is we fix things. Okay, and I don't know how much I can fix this if I'm making things like really worse. Because the tier, now it doesn't look like the eyelash is actually. Okay, so now we go accept. And then we have to go to the eyelashes here. Now the eyelashes are not conforming, so we would have to do some, mesh grabber. Okay, we can use mesh grabber, or we can just put another, thing of, still have a little bit of a problem here. Okay, so we go with tier. Because I think if we were to put new tiers on the Genesis 9 figure, that they might just distort again like that. Yeah, I do have like a really nice tablet and all that if I needed it, I could kind of convert over to the tablet. But I am so used to using a mouse. See, our tier is kind of in the wrong place. There we go. Look how that brought that tier in and fixed it. And look what we have here with this tier here. So I might have to take the tier out and put it back in. All right, so we'll see. Or mesh grabber, get really close to the tier and kind of fix it with mesh grabber. All right, so we have like several morphs now. Okay, so I think when we go here back to DAS, we go to send to DAS. And what kind of special thing have we got here? We gonna be several morphs. Hexagon morph, okay. Reverse deformations, yes. I see. I don't know which morph is which, so we're just gonna say yes. Accept. One morph created successfully. Which one was it, though? Or is it just one morph and it does everything? Okay, let's see. We go here to parameters, and we go to the bottom of our morphs. what's going to happen here. I don't see it. Oh, because I had the... All right, I think that's the tier morph, okay, that we just did because I had it selected. So we go to the tier here and down to the bottom. And there's our hexagon morph for the tier. Okay, that kind of worked. So then we go in here. We select the accept. Select the Gralian. Okay, and then we go send it as. I've never done multiple things like this. Okay, and now we go to reverse deformations. Yes. Accept. And now we go to our Gralian. Down to the bottom here. See if this works. There it is. Look at that. Wow. Wow. I don't even need to do the eyelashes. So now we can just now we can just work on the eyes, okay? So scale, which we can't make them big enough. All right. Maybe, let's see now, move the eye up. Hello. Over. You just got to make them black or something. All right. Hello. Yes, we have been wanting to see you for a very long time. How big did I make that? 219? 219? Okay. If we go with the eyeball. See, this worked. In. Okay. And up. Hello. I think you can increase them in place with that exact percentage without moving out. And then, yeah, I'm not sure how. All I know how to do is to click the eyes, each one, and scale them. That's the only way I know how to do that. Okay. I was wondering if there was a better way to do this, because it would be nice if you could just like hit some magic button and then have okay, this has got to come out more. Some kind of magic button that would like that would just resize them into the socket, but there isn't that I know of. There we go. Kind of works. Now we might have to like rotate them. Side to side. Oops, this way. Up and down. It's always the opposite way you think it's going to be. So I think I'd have to mess with these eyes a little bit, because I think by default those human eyes are set in the spot they're supposed to be in, but since it's a monstrous morph, it does not increase percentage-wise. Okay, without the human intervention. Okay, so what you're saying is that there's a percentage scale That would be really nice, because if you could just select the eyes, now that you would be down here. Now you see, if you select the eyes and you go here, all right, see, I don't know, okay, percentage. ENT. No, see, there's no percent here. Shapes, pupil adjustment. Now, see, that one didn't really do anything to them. Pupil soften. And now these are things that I bought, these VinMe ones. Visible. And then these are, yeah, so there's no eye size here. That comes with it. Size. Let's try size. No, this is iris size. You would think there would be. Okay, now let's go back to click the eye. Left, but see, these are the only things. That's all we have is scale for this. Yeah, you would think there would be something that you could just go by percentage, and it would just like keep them in place and bring them larger and smaller. No, they haven't done that. That would be nice if they do that at some point. All right, so what's really cool is now we can take this alien and like put some kind of like Genesis 9 lizard skin on him or something. Is the eye size in the Genesis 9 figure? Maybe. That's a good one. Percent parameters. That would be good size. Shoulder. Okay, let's just go with eye. Eye bags. No, see, I don't think it will be, because you can change the eye sockets, okay? But it's not actually controlling. It's not part of the Genesis 9 figure. That was a very good question. That was a very good question, Chris. Okay, this kind of made the irises. No, I don't think it did. Eyelashes, okay, ginger eyelashes. Let's just go down through. Eyelids, eyes, upper lids, okay. So deep set. So this would, again, be the face. Depth, angle, VinMe eye size. Okay, now, okay, there. Oh, now this has to do with, and this is going to move everything with it. Okay. See, that does move the eyes with it. Oh, eye width. Okay, and eye size. But there again, these, okay, that's still moving the socket. See how it made the socket larger? It didn't actually move the eye. And I've done something to kind of throw these off, but that's okay. It's something you just have to work with by either resizing them and moving them into position. That's not that difficult to do. Yeah, you're funny. Let's bring this one out a little more. Okay, that kind of works. So let's just kind of do one last thing with this alien, is give him some kind of like lizard skin or some kind of creature skin. So we go to figures, and we've got, I think I got trolls, and we'll give him something, you know, we could just give him human skin, but that's not, well, there's this trolls here. Let's give him these troll skins. Okay, cancel. No, we want the materials. Did that work? No, let's give him this one. We'll give him the purple troll skin. I don't know what they're going to do with the ear texture because he doesn't have any ears. So, oh, he's got little ears. They're just kind of, that's weird how it just kind of fizzles the ears out. They resized them into, so, see, this one worked, but this one's got to come out more, I think. Let's go out of here. Bring this in. And out. There we go. And then we can take this eye here, parameter. I think it's the way to do it is just manually do each eye and side to side now. Okay, and that's weird how that side to side works like that. You wouldn't think it would like that, but okay. So the whole look thing would be off because you might have to come in and change the bone here to be centered, more centered in the eye. I'm not sure, so that you could actually have the alien look around. If you were animating, I'm glad I'm not an animator. So because I just wouldn't want to deal with that. So this eye still looks like it's in a little bit. There we go. It's not quite bulgy enough. Here we go. And what you could do is do now some funky stuff with the eyes, because the eyes are, you can just change and give it like alien eyes. Control 0. We can now go, so we have this image in here. And now I do have this. I don't have this saved as the Genesis 9. I'm not sure how to exactly save a morph so it's part of the Genesis 9 like lexicon, but I do. There's probably a way to do that when in that dialog box. So now we go to eyes. We go to here, eyes. And we can go down through these eyes and find something really weird. How about the red eyes? Come on. Okay, these are not H materials. I guess we might have to select the eyes. Well, oh, they're probably not even Genesis 9. Lucky it didn't put them on. All right, we go to that, eyes. Okay, we got some really weird things here. Let's go with these green things. Well, they didn't work. Okay. I know we can change these eyes. There we go. Funky. So, yeah, this is the Genesis 9 thing here we've got going on. We can put some of these overlays, I think. Well, that's not working. You might have to set up, use their template here for that. These are lizard eyes, I think. Like, kind of, look at those. They're pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Now you open up the mouth and you've got another nightmare, okay? I am the great Comholio. Are you threatening me? That is nice, as if Genesis 9 would be an alien at some point. Yeah, well, this Genesis 8 was. I mean, this was a Genesis 8 figure, and now we can just bring this in. This is perfect. I mean, just taking that in and fixing the eye thing like we did in Hexagon made this alien perfect. And now it will work with a lot of poses. Its arms are so long that it's only going to work with certain poses. Standing, let's see. See, it's not going to work with so many poses because its arms are so incredibly long. We're going to have to give it a pose that and notice how the eyes now track with it to some degree. Oh no, the eyes went back to the little teeny tiny eyes. And so they just have to be resized, but at least the work we did in Hexagon, the morph, is still there. It's kind of funny, the little eyes. So yeah, Art, your idea about proportional eyes was brilliant, okay? You would think there would be a proportional, and there again, and it was very smart you bringing that up because in the word with like congruent and all, that there must be some congruent equivalency where you could just say, you know, this is what the eyes were, you know, or I'm not sure exactly, but now the fingers really work good with this pose. Sorta. There's a few might have to get in and fix, you know, about like 10 of their knuckles. A little bit. Looks like the fingers kind of got a little bit mangled here. And here again is where smoothing. But yeah, would come in. They're kind of okay the way the fingers like tentacles. All right. Let's move on. Let's go. I want to do these conversions enough in this video, enough of these conversions so it seats it in your mind and my mind, so that as I continue to go through my figures, I can just continue to just convert. And what you're seeing is that I'm seeing some of these Genesis 8 figures that I don't use very often, like for the first time, because I've put them in the scene and said, oh, their skin is yucky, they don't quite look right, and you know, and so this is a chance to get some of these figures and make them, bring them. Yes, practice does make perfect, and you know, in a field like this, because I look back through some of my old videos and I say, thank God I made that video, because that particular process is complicated and I would never remember how to do that if I hadn't made that video. So let's fix Spencer. They gave Spencer a big beer belly. So let's fix Spencer. Figures, Spencer. Spencer's a pretty good character, and I just kind of like to fix him. That's what you can do, is you fix the characters when they're Genesis 8, then you bring them in. Now, someone like Spencer, they're not going to have those problems. None, I haven't seen any problems. See, look what they did to poor Spencer. Somebody at Daz is just laughing, you know, what they did to him. So what we're going to do is we're going to fix him, okay, and make Spencer look better, okay? So we're just going to go into parameters, currently used, and we're going to, and they used part of Michael's head. That's weird that he's partly Michael. So we're going to take and just drop his head down a little bit like that, make him look a little bit kind of, it's his skin that kind of ruins him. We're going to take the beard off him. We don't need the beard. We don't need the eyebrows because they're not going in anyway, and the painted eyebrows aren't going in anyway. So here we go. So we go back H8Rs to H8. Okay, now he's going to be edited, okay, a little bit edited. So we're going to go currently used now, Spencer here. We don't need the eyelashes either. Spencer. Now we're going to take a little bit more of Spencer's head down. Just a little bit more. And then we're going to take down Spencer's body. Like all the way down. Fix him. Okay? And that was going to be kind of good to get rid of this skin they gave him. Okay? This just kind of terrible skin. So, all right. Now we go here to, now we insert our Genesis. Wait till you see Spencer in his new body here. Okay, so we go now to Genesis 9. We insert Genesis 9. Yeah, I guess that's the way it is. It's too bad that it seems... I don't know. You know, it's like I don't mind them making realistic male figures if they at least gave us like a good, like just what they do with the female figures, these pretty China doll figures. Like every other figure that comes out is like centerfold, you know, and then we get Spencer, you know. It's like, where are the centerfold males, Daz? You know, it's like, hello, we you know, we like being sexual too. Men do, just in case you might not. We like being sexualized. You know, hello, I'll raise my hand. You know, I don't know how else to say it. You know, I like realistic male characters, but then I also like the unrealistic, very sexy, gorgeous godlike male figures too that just are like perfect, you know. So okay, so we're going to convert Spencer. Now I just made another mistake again, okay, because I was supposed to put the word edit after, because I edited Spencer, okay, which means I have to go in and delete those. I'm not going to save the Spencer thing. I'll have to just redo him again. I don't have to re-edit him, but I just have to redo his morph. Okay. So I'm going to just close this without saving it. And then we go here to this 9 morph. Okay. And we go to here, Spencer, S-P-E-N. All right, there's Spencer. We're going to right-click, edit mode, right-click, and we're going to delete this property, delete this property. Okay, now we go back to Spencer here, and we're going to go Spencer. He's 8, edit. I think he's 8. I have to double check. I might have to put a 0.1 there on him. He might be 0.1. No, he's 8. Okay. So then we select the Genesis 9 again. Control-Alt-C, bring this up again. Now it says Spencer 8 edit. It's like kind of why bring Spencer in if I'm really not going to use him, you know, the out of shape kind of dude in my scene, you know. Unless I'm just really trying to kind of show, you know, it's like what they did to Buster, you know. They did the same thing to Buster. Buster's one of the most beautiful males that they've ever made, and they gave him a big beer belly and pale skin, and, you know, they just made him look, they just degraded him down to, okay, save morphs. It's going to save into my folder that I'm collecting them. All right. And now we can take Spencer 8 edit, delete him. We can take this and we can go out of here. We can go to our parameters, Spencer. And now we can right click and go out of edit mode. And now let's put Spencer's head on. And Spencer's... watch and see what happens to Spencer, okay? Now we're going to go here to Nathan. Now give Spencer some nice skin, okay? And materials. Here we go. And you're going to see Spencer transform into a very beautiful, beautiful man. And that's what I mean. It's like I have to go in and edit these figures and edit them and edit them and edit them to make them look good. To, you know, it's like I spend hours just trying to fix all of the things that have been added. You know, now moles and little blemishes and kind of razor bird under the neck, that I'm not talking about that. I can always change their skin and stuff, but or you know, those things add to the realism of the character. So I have to make a list of the characters that I've done so that when I go in, I don't like try to do another one and overwrite one and all this stuff. So come on, put the skin on Spencer. It takes a while, this Nathan skin. There are some 8K maps. I think it's the but look at, you just remember what Spencer looked like when we put him in, okay? And now I'm going to show you what that face shape and that Spencer all of a sudden becomes a viable male in your repertoire, in your palette of male figures. It's like that there's always going to be those figures that you just never use. There's Spencer. Okay, we're finally seeing Spencer for the first time. Okay, this is him. You see, and this is why I'm saying that this Genesis 9 and the Genesis 9 skin and converting your figures to Genesis 9, and if we put that same Spencer in here with that, they would completely overlay one another. There's just no difference other than Spencer's eyes are sunken in. We have to pull them out. We have to resize them a little bit and make the pupils. You can see they're not in there right. They need to be. They're better than a lot of them, but you can see right there. That eye is just not in the socket, right? Okay, I've got the head. Okay. Let's try the eye again, all right? You can see it's just not in the socket, right? This one. And it's not because it's not in the, it's just too small. So, but you got to pull them out a little bit, but look at that. Look at this figure. Now, it's like I didn't do any kind of magic. All I did was take his head down a little bit towards the Genesis 8 male, a little bit, just to take out some of the roughness off it. All right, we're going to do another. I'm going to show you this is not magic, okay? Now I have Spencer. Now, what I'm going to do is we're going to find Spencer, and we're going to do him without an edit, okay? Okay, we're going to put him in the scene figure, just not creep down any of his sliders or anything. Let's just put him right in, and then we'll put him, he's going to have a belly, which it's going to be really hard to, well, actually, all you do in Genesis 9 is bring his body back down. Okay, so we're going to get rid of the beard. Okay, and the eyebrows. We don't need, you don't have to. It will just, it will ignore it, okay? Now, just look what they've done with his skin, okay? And the skin isn't bad. You just have to mess with it. It's a little too green, okay? So, but you could fix this skin up, and And there's a lot of character in that face, okay? But now let's just leave him the way he is. Let's bring in our Genesis 9. Okay, now I'm just going to put an 8 after it. Remember, I put the word edit because I edited down his face a little bit. Okay, what this does is this. I'll show you what this does. Okay, in a minute. So leaving him unedited. So this is what I'm doing. I'm saving them with the face brought down a bit and saving them regular. Okay, there's a reason why. Okay. So, all right, because remember when I told you when you back your character off in Genesis 9, it starts becoming a female, okay? So if you save your character backed off as a Genesis 8 at some intermediary point, then you can blend those two together, the full character and the intermediate point together, and create and decide how much you want, okay, to back them off, okay? So now we're going to go Spencer because I just want to put an 8 in here to make sure that I know. Sometimes your figures just come in and say Genesis 8 male. You want to put their name in. You want to make sure you know you're not creating a morph that's just going to say Genesis 8 male. It's like, which one? All right, so dicker with the name here, okay? That's another tip, okay? So Control-Alt-C. All right, convert, very easy. Just click convert, it's done. You don't, if we're not editing anything, we're just gonna take and convert. Put these, we're gonna have a Spencer morph and it's gonna have his body like that. I can just turn that morph off and then morph any body onto Spencer's head, okay, in Genesis 9. So that's kind of nice too. So we're gonna get the full Spencer's head and then we're gonna get a backed off Spencer's head, okay? Because like I said, the Genesis 8, all the characters that Daz makes, they make their features a little. Okay, now their morphs are created. Okay, now so we can delete Spencer, and now we have our Genesis 8. Okay, so we go back to our parameters here, and Spencer. Now you see. Now I have the edited one. It says edit, Spencer 8 edit. And I have the Spencer 8 not edited one. Okay, this is just Spencer 8. Now we're going to bring Spencer's head up. Now that is Spencer unedited. Okay, and if we come here, okay, when we have the Genesis 9 female-ish kind of shape, we bring that up and we got a fat kind of Spencer, okay? So what I do is take this down and bring this Spencer up. Oh, that's the head. Okay, that's the edited head. Okay, so we bring this Spencer body up. And that's where I just brought his body down to Genesis 8. Okay, so we've got now kind of a fit body. But now what if I want to back off, like I say, well, his face is a little too charactered, too much. And so I can just bring this, I can take this edited face, bring that up, okay? That kind of accentuates it even more. And then just bring this down enough until it's where I kind of want it. You see? This Genesis, the unedited head. So I can just bring a little bit in to say, well, I want to bring him back more towards Spencer. Now we say, okay, there's Spencer. Now we go back to our figures, Nathan. And let's put Nathan's skin back on him again. And what I'll do is I'll bring his head back up to the actual unedited Spencer. And, you know, that's the thing, is just remember that kind of really haggard-looking figure. It's almost like there's a veil that's been lifted from that figure, where all of a sudden that figure is now competitive in your figure library, where before you would just say, I don't know if I'd ever have used him, you know, because the skin was just so kind of weird and you know, it's all of a sudden there's something here viable. And all right, so we got to wait. This is again 8K skin going. Some aspects of it are 8K, but it gives us a beautiful skin. So I'm not going to put skin on all the figures that we convert. So, but I just wanted to kind of show you how it can transform Spencer. Okay. And it's the same shape. It's just like skin and the skin, and except for the body. Now what we'll do is we'll give you the full Spencer experience. We'll go back to our parameters, and we'll take and turn off the edited Spencer head, and we'll give you the full Spencer. Now that's the full Spencer look. Okay, that's what it was before they did all the skin kind of stuff. So, and see, it's just all of a sudden he's in the running with the other figures. You take it down. Okay, this is your Genesis. See, there's a difference there. That's Spencer. Okay. And if you really want to accentuate it, you put a little more of the head in, and you can really kind of take that and kind of, again, make it caricature-ish. That's not the way. This is the Spencer head, and it's exact. Again, this head right here that you're seeing right here, this is the unedited Spencer head. This is exactly, if you put them both together, this head would line up completely perfectly with Spencer's. That old kind of, this is the difference between like the PBR skin and all of that. It's just, this is why Genesis 9 is where it's at. Okay, so now anytime I want Spencer, I just put in a Genesis 9 figure, dial that dial up, and I've got Spencer. Now, speaking of that, now let's go into my devs. Let's go to Genesis 9. Let's do a review of these see, because I think all I have to type is like CONV for converted, because it puts that word converted in each of the morphs. So we're going to put the Genesis 9 figure in, and I go to my parameters and just type in CONV, and it's going to give me a list of all the Genesis 8, Genesis 3, Genesis, anything that's been converted. So I go CONV, and now look, these are all of the converted figures that I have so far, and like as you'll notice, some of them, like here's one I created myself. Okay, I took 3 figures and changed their head. And no, I put like 5 figures. A little bit of this figure, a little bit of that figure, a little bit of it. What have you heard of any 4th of July sales in the DAS? Not there. I don't really hear of anything like upcoming that they don't really. I don't have my like web I don't have tentacles with DAS, you know. So now look at there. There's a Genesis 8 figure that I created from the head from about 5 different figures. Okay, just boom. Look at the perfection in that face. And I named him Vincent. Okay, so now this is Tobias. This is converted. Let's see, Genesis 9 head, the body and head for Tobias. Here's the head. Okay, there's Tobias. Boom, Genesis 8 on Genesis 9. And you see, the thing is it works. There's no crunching in the eyes. There's no everything works like there. Okay, and so now the Tobias with the eyelashes and everything, and we did Spencer already. Okay, this is Roy's head. Look at that, very masculine, very, okay, it just doesn't have any kind of distortion whatsoever. There's Roy. This is, now we take Roy. Now I can take maybe a little bit of Roy. Now see, this doesn't work this way in Genesis, okay? Because this is the thing, is that underneath, we've got a Genesis. Underneath, we have a Genesis 9 head. So if I were to say a little bit like, okay, this Roy head, I'd say a little bit of Roy, okay? And you see, it's a little bit of Roy in a female face, okay? It's a little bit of Jon Snow here. This is the head in a female face, you know? A little bit of Jet in a female face. That's the body in a female face. You see, it's not going to work that way. Yeah, that's the Vincent that I kind of name him after. That's very nice art. That's a beautiful song. And so this is, and then we could put just a tiny bit of the Gralien in. Hello, just a tiny bit. We've got Callan, so a little bit of Callan in a female face. See, so this is the thing, is that if you want to blend these together, then you go back. You don't do it with here, okay? If you're going to use Buster here, you just take and turn all these off. Okay, if I got these edited, okay, and edit mode, no, okay. You just go here, alternate, select these, this. And what else have we got? A little bit of Roy. Okay. And what else have we got in here? Okay. So if I'm going to do this, I come in here and I use Rodrigo. Okay. Rodrigo head. Boom. Rodrigo. Okay. This is how you do it. All right, that's how you do this. Okay, Jon Snow, we got the head here, 8-1, Jon Snow, okay? So this is how you do this, and Jon Snow is the new 8-1 Jon Snow, okay? And then, or Jet head, you just do the whole thing, so you get to the complete figure that you've created, okay? It's just, and it's an on or off thing, because you don't want like just a little bit of Jet's head, because as you do it, it becomes a female. All right, so you just go all the way to Jet's head, and that's it. You just use it the way, and that's why I edit these heads. This is the edit. That's the edit of Jet's head. Now I have also Jet. I don't know. I didn't make Jet like unedited, so I only have the full edit of Jet's head. So that's how you do. Now I have the full. Now Buster, I have 4 of here. I have the edit of Buster's head. See where I kind of backed off a little bit and made him a little bit more like backed it off a little bit, so he was more like Genesis 8 male. All right. So, but if I just take this Buster unedited. Okay, and I just bring up a little bit more of the unedited head, I can bring in those extra kind of features that I took out of his head, that I thought were a little bit exaggerated, and I just took them out, you see? So that we end up getting, he's a little bit more like Genesis 8 male, but still with Buster's features, the nose, the shape of his lips, kind of the... So, and the protruding, like, kind of brows and all, and bigger, kind of large cheekbones and all. So, so if you want to mix and match, don't do it here, okay? Now, the bodies and everything, it's like the body of my figures, they don't really matter that much as long as they just look okay, because half the time you're going to put clothes on them, okay? So this is the Jon Snow body, okay? It's like, that's okay, the Jon Snow body. Or we got the Jet body here, okay? It's just like, all right, that works, But you don't mix the bodies. You don't say, I want a little bit of Rodrigo's body and a little bit of the. You do that in Genesis. You do that when you're working with the Genesis 8 figure. You make your body there, then convert it to Genesis 9, and then give the figure a completely different name, like Samuel or something. Let's make Samuel, okay? So we're going to go back to our smart content. Let's delete this Genesis 9 figure. We got to put another one in because that's been kind of messed with. So we'll go here and we'll add our Genesis 9 figure. And we're going to create Samuel here. So all right, so we need our Genesis 9 figure here, and then now we go to our Genesis 8 figures. Okay, it doesn't matter which one you bring in, okay? So just find a Genesis 8 figure. Turn this off because we're going to change it. We're going to edit it, okay? So let's find a Genesis 8 figure, Yusef, okay? So we bring Yusef in. Okay. So this is where you do your figure editing, okay? So we go to Yusef, we go to parameters, currently used, get rid of this conv, delete. Okay, we take off Yusef's body, Yusef's head. We might as well just take off Yusef, all right? And so now we have Genesis 8. Okay, that's our Genesis 8 figure, all right? So then we go back here to Yusef, and we go to actor, head, all right? And then we scroll down here until we get to these heads, okay? All the heads of our Genesis 8 figures. And let's put a little bit of Dane. Well, let's turn off this Genesis 9 so we can see what we're doing to Yusef. Well, it's not Yusef anymore. It's this is going to be Samuel. Samuel. This figure has never existed before. We're doing a little bit of David here. Okay, in the face. Let's get a little closer to our face cam. Moving my Escalade. Well, you be careful out there. So a little bit of David. Be very careful. A little bit Argos. All right, here. A little bit of him. And we're going to do some of Gaius. That's the guy I think I've been trying to find. Gaius, you don't want to do too much of these guys. Okay, well, I'm not sure I'm liking what I'm doing here yet. Argos's head is maybe too much. Okay, Argos is, yeah, a little too much Argos. Just a little bit of these, and then you can get away with giving them going with a bunch of different dudes. A little bit of a lot of things. Okay. Holt. Hugren. A little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. And then we go with some of this Luke head, maybe. All right, what have we got? All right, Samuel. Okay, and now the body. We go here. Now we start this is where you do your body and head and body and stuff. So I think we go full body, and that doesn't actually change the head though. Okay, so just in case you're wondering, it doesn't. Okay, so we got all these body face types. Well, let's go with Ali. Kind of made him thinner. No, I don't know if I want to go thinner, because the head, the proportion, he's got a kind of big head. Asher is even small. Ashan is bigger. I think that's enough. That just gives us a kind of big Samuel. All right. He's a little bit. All right. And now we turn back on our Genesis 9. Now this is Samuel 8. And you can add in a little bit of the other 8:1. If they appear here, you can use them. I think they do. Now, so we select 8 first. Samuel 8. Oh, this is Samuel 8 edit. So the Samuel edit. We're gonna call this original. Original, because there's no Samuel 8 unedited. Original. Okay, so now we select Genesis 9 as well. Control Alt C. Convert. This is where you do your editing of your figures. You edit, you make if you want to have a new figure that nobody's ever seen, okay, you do it in the Genesis 8 realm. Okay, even editing Genesis 9 figures together, don't do it. Just make your figures with your Genesis 8 figures, because what happens is if you back off that Genesis 9 figure, you're introducing a female into it. So you just can't do it. So it's just better to create your figures in the Genesis 9 realm. So now we can take and delete the Genesis 8 original. We have the morphs, okay? So now we go here to our Samuel, and we go to Samuel, and Samuel 8, edit, original, converted head and body, and boom. There is a Genesis. That's how you make a Genesis 9 figure, is you use Genesis 8. You do it as a Genesis 8 figure. Never do what I just did with Genesis 9 figures, like only a little bit of this and a little bit of that as onto a female body. No, don't do that. All right? That's just not the way you do it. Okay? You do it onto a male body in the Genesis 8. Keep everything pure. Okay? And so now we have Samuel. All right? And now we can put some kind of Genesis 9 skin. So right now, what we need for Genesis 8 males is we need some good Genesis 8 male skin, which there's very little of it. Let's try this material. Let's try this. Our Dalton skin. I think Dalton's skin is a little bit too clean looking. Okay, so where we got Ira, you just got to look. There's just so much stuff. So, all right, here it is. PBR skin base. Okay. And we have a PBR skin darker. We'll go with that. Let's see what happens when we add Genesis 9 skin to our new Genesis 8 morphed male, original Samuel. So basically, you're going to hear me kind of rant a lot less and be a lot less kind of upset with the Daz world, because now I have a workflow where I can create male figures as Genesis 8 males and then just instantly take that morph, put it on my Genesis 9 figure, and I have this, and I haven't like introduced that female figure into the features of my male. That's what really kind of bothers me, okay? That's what's been bothering me for a long time. Look at this figure. So the skin isn't the best skin in the world. The eyes are definitely not very good quality, and they're sticking in a little bit. And also, he has the Genesis 9 female eyebrows. So we just take the eyebrows off first, and just taking them off just completely added to his, even though he has no eyebrows now, it added to his masculinity. All right, so now we take the eyes. And let's just find some eyes, some good eyes for him. Again, the best eyes we have are Nathan. So we need the Daz artists to make us some skin, okay? How about this guy? Has he got some good eyes or what? Let's see, materials. Let's try him. Probably not. So we'll go with some brown eyes and see what happens. Oh, these are H materials. I think they'll still work. So, yeah, they don't work. That's the thing, is that if you really, when you buy Genesis 9 figures, I would try to stick, well, now Michael is probably made by Daz. Okay, and I don't see any. I don't think he came with eye materials, unless you just click on the whole figure and it'll put the eye materials in. For Michael, you have to go to, I think, the Genesis 8 male, Genesis 9 male to get eyes. Okay, so we'll find something else. Let's use Joan's eyes. I think she was made by Daz, okay? Materials, now I'm not, she didn't come with eyes. Okay, so, kind of sucks. You just look for the Daz, the stuff that Daz made. Now we're already at, okay, so what we'll do is filter by context. We'll go here, and we'll just select, and we should find eyes here, maybe. No, it doesn't even know that we have the eyes selected. So what we do is we go here, Samuel, and type in eyes. All right, and let's see what we can find. Those eyes aren't that bad, but they look too red. They look too weird. Okay, brown here. We'll try these elven eyes. Nope. See, we're still kind of Tara. I think she was made by Daz, and they don't work. Oh, there they do. Yeah. See, when you use things, I think Tara was made by Daz, and if you use the things that are made by Daz, now these are Nathan's eyes. Again, another Daz eye. Okay. And you just look, and it's like, boom, they just work. So if you don't know what to buy, hello, George Clark. Welcome, 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 welcome. I am well, and everybody in the chat seems to be doing good as well, I believe. So I hope they are. Now this is just beautiful eyes. Now, as you can see, they're a little too small, and I would have to edit them and, just resize them a little bit. But this is Samuel, okay? This is a Genesis 8 male that we have created in the Genesis 8 environment, then converted our edited figure to Genesis 9. And you're going to have these awesome. Now we've got PBR skin on him, so his lips are a little bit too moist. It's like Maybelline lips, and so is his skin a little bit. So let's just take and go into our script, one-click PBR, and we're going to change the roughness of his skin. And we're going to bring it up a little bit like this. Okay, accept. And I think we've also got a roughness for his lips. I don't know why they allow us to do that on his lips for roughness, but they don't allow us to change the lips for... Okay, please select the Genesis 238, or okay, so you can't change the roughness of the lips. Why they took away the ability to edit the lips, I think there's probably some reason why. It's because it's done now with, but his skin is still a little bit too shiny, but it's okay. Now, we have a very masculine guy. George, I don't know if you've been here before, but thank you for coming in and thank you for saying hello and getting into the chat and being a part of the forum, of the chat. Thank you very much. It's very nice, and welcome to the channel. Help me out. I am wondering if there are any videos that you can recommend about starting and creating content for Daz Studio. Yes, there are. There are videos. There's one with Hexagon, okay? And it's Hexagon. It's in the store. Okay. And I believe Hexagon tutorial, that's what we're looking for. And I believe, and you have to get the 64-bit Hexagon, okay? The regular Hexagon doesn't work, okay? It's $210, and I got this tutorial for about 30 bucks. Okay, believe it or not, I got it for about 30 bucks. You have to wait and wait and wait, and every day you check, and every day you check until it's on sale, and then you clobber it with vouchers and coupons and everything you can possibly get together and bring this down. And this shows you how, like, if you can make this is what this tutorial shows you, how to make this in Hexagon. And it shows you how to do coloration stuff. I think it does. Into coloration, all of that stuff. And if you can do it in Hexagon, you can do it in like Blender or ZBrush. It all kind of translates over. So this is a place to start, okay? It's and so to learn and how to so it's like they make the hair here, they make the clothing, they make these fins and all of this stuff, and the shape of all of the geometry. It's all here. It's a huge. I don't know how many hours. 9.5 hours. That's not very, like yesterday. I broadcast for 8 hours just yesterday, live here for free on YouTube. So, but 9.5 hours. So almost 10 hours worth of tutorials. But this is scripted. This is kind of like, she's not like blabbering on like I do, okay? She goes, they goes into very deep. They go. I haven't actually studied this because it kind of occurred to me after I bought this for about 30 bucks. And geographs and all of this stuff, it teaches you everything about this. Kim Schneider. Inside Hexagon. So what you have to do is there are two versions of Hexagon, okay? Hexagon, Hexagon. All right. And do the search here. There are 2 searches for Hexagon. Okay, Hexagon. All right. And this is the Hexagon beta. All right. And then there's Hexagon, okay? Hexagon 2.5. Now they're both free, and you put them in your cart, and then when you go to pay for them, it just says they're free. And so you buy them, and then you let the install manager install them. But the thing is, you have to go into DAS. Somewhere in here, you have to link. It's, I don't know, Connect or somewhere My Account or somewhere in here. You have to link. I've done videos on it. So if you look down through the videos on my channel, you find something about Hexagon that I've done Hexagon videos. So, and I show you how to link your Hexagon account, so that when you go and send something to Hexagon, like I can send to, when this Hexagon comes up, it sends it to the right Hexagon, because this Hexagon here doesn't work, okay? It crashes on a Windows machine. Every time you try to do anything, it just crashes and closes, and it's only 32-bit. Well, DAS was nice enough to rewrite parts of it. They supposedly rewrote the 32-bit part, and so this updates your 32-bit Hexagon, but then it gives you a new Hexagon, which is 64-bit. You're very welcome. I hope that's helpful. And so it gives you the 64-bit Hexagon, and the 64-bit Hexagon is the only one that doesn't crash. And so you want to link your DAS so that when it opens up and sends stuff back and forth between DAS and Hexagon, that it links to the 64-bit version, and then you're pretty much set. How to make money with Hexagon? Look at this, Hexagon. Now, Hexagon's not the only way to do this, but it can be done. You can make hair, you can make clothes, you can make figures, you can all that stuff in Hexagon. All this clothing here. This is another one, okay? I don't own this. Oh, I have purchases. This is another part of this. Oh, this is texturing, okay? So this is how they made the textures for all of this, okay? And, you know, nowadays, if you want to do texturing, you'd really want to do your texturing in Substance Painter, okay? But and Jay has some tutorials on texturing in Substance Painter, okay? It's a little bit of a tutorial, but if you want to learn how to put textures on stuff in Substance Painter, YouTube, okay? YouTube, just look up Substance Painter, Adobe Substance Painter, and you will find hundreds of tutorials on how to put textures on your 3D geometry. Okay? I hope that helps, George. I hope it helps. I hope it helps. So, okay, Samuel, you're awesome. Okay, so we've got a new Samuel here. A new figure, completely from our own Morphs. We use, what, 3 or 4 different figures to make his face? So, gone, because we have that morph. So now anytime I want to bring Samuel back to life, okay, I just put in a Genesis 9 figures, type in Samuel into my parameters. It's going to come show me those morph, dial the body and the head, and boom, there's Samuel, okay? So you're back, Art. Welcome back. Welcome. We just went over this, talking about this product in DAS, the Hexagon by Hexagon tutorial. Hexagon tutorial. This tutorial, it's $200. But and art is the other. Art is probably as much of a deal person as I am. See, you can buy these all in separate parts. And I think this part may actually be part of the whole bundle. Yeah, that is. So don't buy these separate parts, okay? And this is a bag of useful tricks. I don't think that comes with this. So we go into Hexagon here. And yeah, it doesn't come with a bag of useful tricks. So you would probably want that as well. But this is $210. I paid $30 for it, okay? So maybe $32. So Art and I are both salespeople. We look around and we wait until we can combine all these little things together and get them into sales. So I'm not that interested in learning Hexagon. Maybe 20 years ago, I would have died just loving Hexagon. But Daz spoiled me. I like putting things together. I don't like making clothes. I don't like making figures. I wish I could make hair, okay? But I don't want to spend a month doing one thing. I like to every day have a new project and just dress them up and put them in a room and do all kinds of cool stuff with them and render, put some fogs and VDBs and ultra scenery too. I don't want to work in Hexagon, or I don't want to work in Blender. I don't want to work in a character creator, and I don't want to work in iClone, and I don't want to work in I just know this. I figured it out, you know? I figured it out. I don't want to work in Unreal Engine. I don't want to detract. Like when I see these figures that I can create in Daz Studio, they look so much better than they do in Character Creator, in Unreal. And even they're like lifelike figures, and it makes you, and they're kind of looking at you and blinking and kind of moving their head and everything. They're an illusion. They make you think like their skin and all is so beautiful, but you put them up against a Daz figure. I know, I've done it. And the Daz figure just wins hands down. The PBR and the lighting in the Daz studio and all of that. It's just, and I go into Blender and I spend like 6 hours trying to learn how to make a marble texture, you know, with all these nodes and all adding and subtractive and blah, 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 blah. And I could just, oh my gosh. But if I didn't have like a job in the industry, because I have a job on YouTube, you know, if it's not this channel, but my other channel, if I didn't have that, I'd probably be looking for some way to make money, and Hexagon might be the ticket, you know, because Hexagon and selling something in the Daz store, but I'm already happily employed with YouTube right now, and they pay my bills. And so, I'm not, and I get paid as an artist. So I don't really need to find another job to be paid as an artist. But you people, if you want to, like, because I have my other job, I can kind of, in my spare time, like right now, I can sit back and just play around in Daz Studio and make scenes and do the fun stuff, okay? I don't have to worry about like having a quota and having to make, so many pairs of pants or so many clothing items, a month to pay the bills or something, I don't have that because I'm making art I make money with my music mostly. So I don't have to, so I can just kind of just play around in Daz Studio and learn all this stuff about VDBs and get all the, it's another form of art. I make images and all. So we're going to go back here. We're going to convert another figure, find a really awesome figure, go into figures. This is what I'm kind of in that mode now. Okay, this guy. We're going to go here with, no, maybe Jacques. No, he's got this very interesting face. We're going to do something with him. Okay, this is Achilles. So we're going to bring him into the scene. Come on, Achilles. I learned something about Achilles. Achilles wrote, Homer wrote in the Odyssey that Achilles said that maybe if he had had a choice, that he would like to have just had a farm and lived a long life and you know, been a nobody. But instead, he had to kind of be a demigod and do this kind of, yeah, I agree, Chris. Sending him into Hexagon feels like sending him into kind of nowhere. But the thing is, the tools in Hexagon are the same, are pretty much the same as, you know, you got extrude and you've got all the same tools in Hexagon, and they translate very well to Blender. Anybody who's worked in Hexagon would just instantly pick up Blender. And that's the only reason why you are really 100. But there is a future in Hexagon because they did fix it so the 64-bit thing works. So you can create geometry in Hexagon and sell it in the DAZ store. That's what that whole video is about. But you're 100% right. And the thing is, but that on YouTube, there aren't any videos. These, you creators, I'm talking to you. You creators don't, there's only a very few handful of very, very, very few. You don't reveal your secrets. You don't make videos on YouTube on how you can finagle the people and the whole community, the background community of DAZ. How do you convert? Now, Jay is like the only one who is a little bit loose-lipped about what goes on behind and how you kind of move stuff around and how you get into some of these deep parts of DAZ and put your content, your ID and all of that stuff in, and that there's a very strict way of that they want things done. And Jay talks about that a little. So Jay's site is probably the only site, along with one I know, because this kind of has become my business, is learning this stuff. So now they have really kind of made him look kind of, Achilles I thought was like 20. And so, but this is what we get for Achilles. Now Achilles' wife, okay, they've got her in the DAZ store. I'm just kidding, but she's like 19. So, but then we get this for Achilles, you know, just saying. So, but we can fix this, all right? So, so yeah, you are. I am glad that you came in and said that, Chris, because this is. It's very true. The thing is that when DAZ fixed Hexagon and made it 64-bit, and there are probably problems with even the 64-bit version of Hexagon, like it's probably not using the graphics card to render. I don't know. It's probably using the CPU to render. Just like a lot of horrible stuff like Bryce still uses the CPU to render. And it only uses 4 cores. No, Chris, nobody's giving that information out. Everybody, it's a very hush kind of thing. And there, I guess your most valued thing, because, you know, I have some trade secrets, not in DAZ. I give on here in DAZ, when it comes to DAZ, my computers, my setup, all of this stuff, none of it's a secret. Yeah, see. Oh, okay. You stream on Twitch. Okay, doing this stuff. Not okay. Well, you see, when I what Art told me was that you had a Discord channel, and see, I didn't know you were doing the Twitch also, because I'll tune in for that. I will tune in for your Twitch channel. Can you maybe abbreviate your Twitch channel without any HTTP or anything, so that I can find it? And I'll try to find it here, and come in and check out your because that's the thing is, but it's like Twitch is a gaming channel. YouTube is the information channel. My suggestion would be to switch over. Yeah, I know I'm creating a monster where I would be competing against you, but like I said, I don't have any trade secrets when it comes to Daz Studio. I just let you guys all know. I don't stop and say, well, I'm not going to tell them all that, because somebody might open up a channel and do this. Yeah, well, that's all right. So, okay, you don't have to edit the videos. Look what I'm doing. I'm live. I don't have to edit anything. All right. It lets you paste a link in there. Okay. All right. So I have to go over to my other channel, to my other computer. The trick is to have two computers. That's another. See, I told you I let people know what's up. Okay. So, all right. I'm surprised it lets you post a link in there, but copy. Let's do this. Thank you for the link. Okay, can we open this? Up top, B. Oh, this is amazing. Okay, now what I'm going to do is add this to my, no, if you can make, oh, look at this clothing. All right, so this is a massive resource. Okay, so I might be able to teach some of the deeper stuff. That's what I need. Okay, so we got Chris Cox here. Sweet. Look at this. Okay.
Einstein, what are these blinking
we
lights?
got a link. We got an ad. Okay. My advice is get this stuff over to YouTube. And now these are broadcasts. So yeah, you can broadcast. I mean, that's what I'm doing. I'm broadcasting on YouTube. Instead, when you go into your OBS software, instead of clicking, and you want to set up a channel just for this, okay? So if you have a YouTube channel that has another purpose, start a second one, okay? And do it, because you can't move your videos after the fact, okay? And start up a second YouTube channel and start broadcasting on YouTube. It's not going to be you're not going to have the people you have here there until you bring them over. But the thing is that if you broadcast like at least once or twice a week on YouTube, if you do it 3 times a week, it won't take you long. I don't even know if I broadcast that much a week, but when I do, it's like 8 hours. I've been broadcasting today for 4 hours. 4 hours and 13 seconds and 49 minutes. But this is amazing. Now, schedule videos. Look at this. Okay, so you don't have, okay, it's not showing you have a lot of them. View all. Did they delete your videos after a certain time? Oh, no, look at this. No, it looks like, do they delete your videos? I mean, these are a lot, but this is amazing. Very nice. Very, very nice. Yeah, I just muted it. Yeah, I did bookmark it. This, and I'm also going to put this down into my DAS. What is it? Into my DAS, my 3D apps, bookmarks. This is amazing. So yeah, you wanna do this over on. Now look, this looks cool. You want to do this stuff on YouTube. That's what you want to do, because the Twitch is a gaming. There gamers are kind of interested in 3D stuff. They're more interested than most disciplines, but YouTube has people who are there just for the purpose of learning, you know? They're not there to also play games, you know, or watch games. They're there, people on YouTube are there to learn. And so you don't want this here. I mean, this is beautiful. This is gorgeous what you've got set up here. Lovely site, and it looks very, very cool. You've done awesome. Oh, and I'm going to follow if it will let me. No, I got to log in, and then I have to bring up my log information. Let me see if I can be right back. There, it let me follow you and subscribe. I think they're going to ask me for money. Use a Prime sub. I think I might have a Prime sub. I don't do Twitch, okay? And the reason why I don't do Twitch is because they just never, nothing I've ever done is caught on there. So and the things that I have done on YouTube did catch on. And, you know, I spent like 5 years trying to like promote my music on Facebook. And it's like they would send it out to 24 people. Like they would send my love songs out to my mother and my sister and my brother, you know? And it's like, but then I have like 3,000 Facebook followers, right? And they would send it only out to like 20 people, like my mother and my brother, my cousin in Norway. She likes my music, but I don't think she's the kind of person who. And then I like have 3,000 gay followers, and they don't send it out to any of my gay followers. You know, that's okay. That's what I know. That's funny, isn't it? You know, it's like I laughed all the way to the bank, Art. 5 years wasted of my life for thinking that YouTube would. I thought, you know, and then I started getting people, and they would finally like see a picture that I would post or something, and they'd say, "Hi, who are you?" And I looked at you. I looked at your Facebook pictures and everything, and I was like, "Wow, you're really nice." And then I'd say, "I'm a music artist." Really? And it's like, I said, "You've been on my friend list for 5 years, and you're just learning that I'm a music artist, and I post like a new song almost every week." Yeah. And so, yeah, Facebook just doesn't send it out. Yeah. Facebook doesn't send anything out to my subscribers. Maybe once, you know, and if I tell them, like, you know, I caught COVID, or I just got like 5 years of sobriety, you know, they'll tell that because it kind of like, it's kind of leaves a little egg on my face. Anything with egg on my face, they will post it far and wide. It's like I just got dysentery, I got food poisoning or something, and they'll post it far and wide. Maybe he's got some kind of immune system thing or something. You know, that's YouTube. I mean, that's Facebook. They will post it all over the globe if it's something semi-embarrassing, you know? So, but if it's one of the songs that I've poured my heart into and worked for an entire week, day and night on, and I post it, they'll send it to my mother, you know? They'll send it. It's like, you made this. This is your son. It's like, yeah, that's Facebook. But YouTube, if I put a song on YouTube, they send it to like 2 million people a month. So that's the difference, okay? So, and Twitch is game stuff. You know, yes, they're branching out, but my advice is get on you, because I'll tell you, I did that with Facebook for 5 years. And if I had only spent those 5 years on YouTube instead of Facebook, I would have had an income long before then when it started, okay? I just thought that one day something would happen on Facebook, and it never, ever, ever did. And it's like after, you know, kind of finding fame on YouTube, my Facebook channel is still just like, you know, yeah, I've got close to 5,000, actually, a little under 5,000 followers on YouTube. And when I post something like a new song, Facebook sends it out to 20 people. That's Facebook. So, and, you know, I don't know. So there's more, you have a lot more of a chance of getting posted on YouTube, because YouTube is a learning channel. And Twitch is a game channel. It just is. And the people on Twitch, the ones that are getting all of the views and everything, they kind of got it all sewn up. They've got it all. They've got everything, and they're not going to give you like anything. Okay, I don't know. And you might think that about YouTube, but it's not really that way. Not if you put a very serious effort into YouTube. Like the kind of effort that you're putting into Twitch. That's all it really takes, is the kind of effort you're putting into Twitch. So they got to like you. They've got to like what you're doing. They got to like your content. They got to like your way of kind of doing stuff. So, but that's my advice is switch over to YouTube as quick as you can. It's just and I'm not dismissing what you've done, okay? I'm just saying that you'll do better on YouTube. You will. And but you want to move all your friends over to YouTube that are on Twitch. You want to just tell them, because they're there because you moved them from other places. You know, they're from Daz and from forums and all of that stuff. And you want to move them over. Okay, so we're going to take we'll copy Achilles over the way he is, okay, first. So we're going to go to favorites, devs, okay, Genesis 9. Thank you, Art, for bringing Chris and bringing up all of this wonderful information and bringing all this rich information into this channel of Chris's page and all of that stuff. And I'm going to check out your videos, Chris, also. So that's very nice. So we've got Genesis. So we're going to add Genesis 9 in here also. So there's a lot of character. I think Achilles is a Genesis. So I mean, look at the art in those eyes, and look at, there's a lot of character in this figure right here. And this, of all the skins, that this skin might actually convert to Genesis to PBR skin like very well. This is a Daz. Oh no, Achilles is actually made by this Koo guy, Koo. He is very notorious for making figures with a ton of. I think I could take this face down a little bit and make. That's why I picked Achilles, because I think if I tone him down a little bit, that nose and the chiseled look, the way, I think I could really, this face could really transform into something really very nice. So where it's kind of nice, it's nice the way it is, but that there's a way to kind of make it more kind of model look rather than like elder look kind of. Okay, so now, so we're going to just select these, Control-Alt-C. Okay, we're going to cancel this because what I want to do is just put an 8 here. That, I think he's 8. I don't, maybe he's 8-1, but let's find out. He's 8-1. That's good. We checked. So we're going to go 0.1. All right. So now we're going to leave him the way he is. Select 9. That's Control-Alt-C. And we convert Achilles. So we're going to convert him unedited. And then we're going to convert Achilles edited. Chris, yeah, you are welcome to promote yourself. You know, if anybody who has like a YouTube page where you're struggling and trying to get, bring it up in the forum. You're allowed to do that, okay? This is, you know, I'm somebody who spent 10 years before I made my first on YouTube, 10 years before I made my first $5 on YouTube. So, yeah. So I know what it's like. And I was on all kinds of music websites, every one of them. And I was like at the top of the websites. I like the most listened to artist, but I wasn't making a dime, you know? It's like there are websites that just will use the heck out of you, and they will lead you on, and they will, you know, make you feel like you're getting somewhere. And okay, so we're going to go into these Achilles, but you're going nowhere. And that's why I say, and that's what like Facebook was. It was just like going nowhere. And now Facebook is trying to invent itself. And it's like they're saying, oh, you know, we're more artist oriented. And it's like, Facebook, you had your chance. You had like 15 years of a chance. You know, I'm not saying anything bad about Facebook. I still go there and, you know, say hi to my mom. Because my mom's not really alive right now. But so she passed a few years ago. But severe thunderstorms passing through and knocked the internet out for a while. But back now, not sure how long. Oh, yikes. We could use some of that rain if you could send it up, because it's kind of hot here, and a little bit of that rain might cool things off a bit. Okay, so we're going to turn off our Genesis 9, and now we're going to edit this guy down a little bit. We're going to edit him down. Currently used. We're going to select Achilles. Okay, the Achilles head. Look what happens when we bring that head down just a little bit, like here. See what happens? All of a sudden we have something a little bit. You have to bring these cool guys down. Now the body part is his body is just a little too stringy looking. So we bring it down a little bit like that. Look at this now. See now what we have here? This is the edited Achilles, okay? Now I think I'm going to give him a little bit more of the head. Just to kind of throw some character in there. Maybe it'll poke through the... See, I can't back it off. So I think I'm going to... Because I can always add a little bit more of the unedited Achilles into him. So I think we're going to go here. I love that nose. The little bump in the nose. It's amazing. Okay, so we're going to go here now to... what are we going to do? We're going to take now and turn this back on. And we're going to select now our Genesis 9, Control-Alt-C. And this is where we bring Achilles, edit, 8.1 edit. Okay, convert that. Yeah, I was very, very, very close to my mom. And she was a singer too. And so I got my voice from her. I definitely got my voice from my mother. She had this beautiful, powerful, powerful, powerful soprano voice. Just the kind that would give you chills. And she sung all her life. Everywhere she went, she sung. And she never worked a job in her life. Everything she did was volunteer fire department, ladies aid, you know, she was in the Eastern Star. Well, I think she had a kind of more dramatic voice than Patsy Cline, just like when she just opened her mouth and sing like really powerful, like you know, just kind of power singing, you know, not like Janis Joplin. It's kind of hard to explain. Her voice was like mine. So if you've heard me sing, you kind of heard her sing. Just very open vocals, you know, just she didn't let so it was a little bit more in between I'd say maybe kind of churchy. In between, yeah, I used to sing with my mom, and so all right, we're gonna take this Achilles out now. All right, it's because we now have our Achilles. We have our Achilles. ACH, and we click here. All right, we have the Achilles tendon. Okay, here's the Achilles, and this is our Achilles edit, and our Achilles body, which I edited also, took it down a little bit. And where is, okay, we've got the Achilles nose. It's there. Like I said, if I want to bring more in, I can. But you see, you can just see the difference in these from that. to this now. And so you can see where this is something that I can actually kind of use. What if we can't use Jon Snow's skin. He's Genesis 8:1. And the Jesus' skin is kind of on the dark side, which is okay, but it's just not kind of what I'm looking for. Maybe try this Arno skin. Let's see. Where are the materials? Arno skin. Welcome, Dzang. I'm not sure how to say your name, but welcome, dear friend. Welcome into the chat. Welcome again to the channel. We are working on converting figures, and I'm just going to kind of keep doing this until it sort of sinks in, until everybody kind of gets it, you know, because we learn by repetition. And so we're doing this to get so that it sinks in what exactly we're doing. And what we're doing is converting Genesis 8 figures to Genesis 9. Just the morphs of the head, just the head morph and the body morph. And we're also converting figures that we morph from in the Genesis 8 world. DZ, okay. That's nice. Or, yeah, DZ is perfect. Yeah. I'll remember that. Okay, so now we're going to go here and see what this skin looks like. Now that works. It's not quite the same kind of skin. Now, but this is our Achilles figure. You can see that the eyes are a little bit sunk in, where we'd have to resize them a bit. So, but yeah, that works. And we can, if we want, we can then go into this Achilles, and we could add a little bit more of the head. Yeah, and so that it brings it a little bit more out of that. We can't go too far with it. Yeah, see, that's when it becomes kind of cartoonish. So it's just doubling his features. That's about as far as you can go, where it yeah. Okay, so now, and we have other skins. Let's try a different skin. Or characters. Julius, how about his skin? I think his skin is kind of dark. Roman skin. Julius, I think, was also made by Daz. Now look at that. See, this is a completely... Yeah, you can tell by the skin here. Look at that skin. Wow. It looks so good on Achilles. So, yeah. So this is what we're doing. So we delete our figure, then we go back and convert another figure. This time I will convert a female figure. Okay, we'll see how that works. Okay, so we're going to go default, find a, I think what we should probably bring in is Victoria. No, I think there's what's her name? I can't think of it now. We'll find her. Okay, we got to go down to the Genesis 8 females. Okay, let's go to actual figures. Let's see what we got here. I think I've gone back too far. We'll do 2 rosette here. Okay, now I'm going to turn this eye-ray off. And bring her in. So yes, we are going to convert. Now she's Genesis 8. Was 2 threat, I guess 2 threat, I'm not sure. Yeah, let's bring her head down a little bit. Okay. A little bit, 2 threat, and now we will bring in our Genesis 9 figure. Very easy. Bring her into the scene, and she's got an 8 after her name. 2 threat. I don't know. I thought it was 2 rosette. Sometimes I just don't read things. Okay, here we go, here we go, here we go. Okay, so now we select our Genesis 9 figure, Control-Alt-C, convert. And we're going to save these into our folder that we created. Save that. Yeah, it is. I think basically the current. You're right, Art. I know that you hardly stream female characters, but it's a touchy subject to the YouTube patrol. I believe the current kind of guidelines is as long as you don't leave them in iRay mode for too long, you know, that you can kind of get away with it put some clothes on them, you know. So, all right. So we're gonna go into now she's converted, so we can get rid of 2 rosette. Okay, two threat. Okay, so now we're gonna put some clothes on our. This is why I have clothes here. Dev items. Okay, quick clothes. We'll go with this romper dress and see how it works. Well, you're gonna let me select it. Oh, I didn't have her selected. Okay, we'll just delete it, and I know I could parent it, but I don't. I'm just gonna try it again. Quick close. Okay, I guess this is for Genesis 8 female. It'll work. Let's give her a dress. All right, now this is the little summer dress that I picked out so I could kind of cover the females up when I put them in. No problem now. Now, so what we do is we go and put the 2 threat morphs. Here we go. And there's the head. And there is the body. And then we put, that fits nice. And then we put some kind, a female skin, Genesis 9 skin on her. Figures. Let's find a female skin. Cheyenne will work. Materials. And let's do this. Angus, George, DZ, catch you all next time. I'm going to sleep soon. Thank you for all for the chat and great useful information. Well, Art, thank you for being here and being part of this. It's very nice to have you here. So we have 2 rosette. Look at the two threat. Very nice. Look at that. So I would say her features are kind of a little strong too. So, but this is very nice. Yes. So, okay. Take a nap. Have it good, my friend, Angus says. Okay, so you're heading out to... Chris, if you are, thank you for coming here. Thank you very much. I think I'm going to be done here soon as well. I just wanted to come in. I'm probably going to just continue like converting my figures all through the night because I have to have every one of my Genesis 8 males. I have to have their morphs for my Genesis 9. So this is very nice. So we can give her some hair. Daz, hair, let's select her. Hair, come on, Daz. How many times have I got to select this? All right, let's see how this works. Well, yeah. Is that dForce hair? Kind of goofy a little bit. the way it comes around the side there, but yes, take care. Art, you have a lovely, lovely evening. Have a lovely night. Okay. So, all right. And we have this. So it's very nice. Now I'm wondering if this is if this hair is dForce. I wonder what would happen if I did a dForce simulation just for the heck of it. It might kind of plop down and look right. Simulation, is it dForce? Let's turn the simulation. So she's already in her starting pose anyway, so I guess it wouldn't matter. Let's see if this hair kind of drops down. No, it's not dForce. The best information and background distraction while I'm working. Well, that's awesome. Thank you. That's good. I'm not good with distraction. I usually have to. I can't have distraction while I'm working. Like music playing or anything, because it interferes with the word part of my brain, and I can't. Because I'm just so, I guess, attuned to music, and that's a pun. Okay. So let's see. I just want to try putting dForce on this hair and see what happens. Let's go with the Lorna hair and let's add dForce, and then object. It's probably going to be terrible. Geometry. Surface modifier. Okay. Now clear and run the simulation. Maybe we might get it to drop down a little bit. Okay, it's doing this big, long, it's got to like dForce every single point of hair in the whole, this could take like a year. And the hair is probably going to blow up because of the top of the bathing suit, of the clothing. But I might be able to stop it after it's just done a couple of, gosh, this is going slow, but it's also going very fast. It's only just calculated 1 billion little points in the hair. And it's only got another 1 billion left to go. There we go. Maybe not even that many. What's happening with the hair? I don't see anything dropping yet. Ooh, something dropped. We had a little bit of droppage there. Oh, this is terrible. Okay. So let's see what happened. Okay, it kind of dropped a little bit. I think we could do something with this. Now, did it drop right into the... Yeah, look at that. It was terrible. I wonder if I could take the hair and just pick it up a little bit. No, it's not different hair. It's not like a hair in its cap, but let's see what happens if we go into parameters. Oh, delete. I think I've created another terrible thing. The bangs kind of look okay, but that's not going to work. Whatever I brought up. Okay, then what we do is this is where Mesh Grabber comes in, because it's not iRay, actually, it's not actual iRay. Okay, see how we just kind of fix that a little bit? And then we take this and make it a little bit bigger, 10. And we pull this up a little bit here. And out a little bit. up a little bit there. It's not like I haven't worked with hair before. Okay, and then this hair here, we just push this in a little bit. It's not really working. It's not working. Okay. We take this. Well, she's got hair growing out of her face. That's okay. I'm not really doing this the way I would do it. Like if I was alone, I'd be like so tedious about it, you know. Okay, we grab this, and we got to go down to 5. Nope, not 50, 5. Calming voice. Oh, well, thank you very much. That's very nice of you, Pat. Very nice, very kind. Look, this is kind of working. We just kind of just tamed this hair. You see, I kind of wish that the artist themselves had done this, you know? Just kind of fixed the hair so that it didn't look kind of poofy. And now we have, so there's something up with her eye. I think I grabbed her head and pulled it out by accident. So, yeah, but we have her morph now. So that's the thing, is that I just wanted to kind of show you all that we could do it. Maybe I'll do one more figure. So we go to Genesis 9 again. How are you tonight, Pat? I hope you are well. Very nice to have you here. We've got 8 people hanging out. It's very nice. Very, very, very nice. So I'm gonna convert one more figure. Maybe one of my favorites. Let's see. One of my favorite male figures. Let's see. We go figures. Ted has been very sick. Please wish him well. Oh, no. No, maybe some chicken soup. And some comfort food. Oh, very sad. I do wish him well. Oh. I know what it's like. Yeah. I hope Ted gets well very soon. If only the DAS dForce could simulate it without exploding like Marvelous Designer. Yeah, well, the thing is that DAS dForce, they give us all kinds of tools to make the cloth respond properly, and if it's set wrong, it's not going to work. And so, like that hair, if I'd kept letting it simulate, it would have definitely exploded. It would have exploded. It was right, like one click away from exploding. So there's no doubt whatsoever that it was. Okay, now we've got here, let's do Jacques. He's an 8-1 male. Okay. Let's see what he looks like. Jacquea, Jacques. Let's see how this works. All right. All right, we're going to do Jacques unedited, and then we might edit him if he down a little bit. It all depends on if his body is like so like muscular that it's like totally ripped out. I usually have to edit the body down a little bit so it's not quite so muscular. No, that's okay. Looks like Jacques is going to work. He looks a little bit like Roy. Skin is pretty nice. Those green eyes are very nice too. So, all right, what we do is we only have the name. We know that he's 8-1. So 8.1, just so we know when we read the morph. And this is going to be edited for the first one. His skin is not bad, actually. It's very nice skin. It doesn't look yellow. It doesn't look red. It doesn't look too blue. It just looks like perfect. It's kind of, that's very, I bet Jacques is a Daz character. They just always know what they're doing. Let's see. Let's go here. Here he is. Daz. How, I can just look at these characters and know. And it's also this Emrys. So, but I can just tell when a figure is. And you look at this figure, and this, it's an okay render, but what we're going to see now, this doesn't look at all like him, but I guess we've got Genesis 9. Let's bring him in. Let's see, Control-Alt-C. Let's bring him into the Genesis 9 world. Convert. And this is without any editing. I don't think his features are too exaggerated like a lot of other Daz figures. So I think his features may, his jawline is a little bit kind of wide, but that's the way some people really are, but okay, now we're going to save our morphs into our secondary file so we always have them. We won't have to do this again. All right, so now we can turn Jacques off. And we'll add the Jacques morph to our Genesis 9. JACQ. All right. Jacques head. And the Jacques body. All right. So it's always going to be there now. I'm going to always have this for Genesis 9. This just so awesome, awesome, awesome. And this goes right on the Genesis, 9 figure that everybody gets free. And you just use that, and then you've got your Genesis 8 figure, and all you have to do really is just adjust the eyes. They're a little too small still. They always are. Getting tired. So All right, now we're gonna go here to, gosh, I'm worried. I hope everything is well, Pat. I imagine you're going through a tough time right now. So my heart goes out for you, and lots of healing and love to you and Ted. Very, very good that you. Hope your things are doing good. I hope they go well. And all right, we have Jock is 8-1. We could use John's skin on him. See how this works. We don't want the scars. I think we have to put the whole thing on and then change the face. Like, what's up with his head? Like this alien kind of thing they're doing with heads. All right, so you know, and I can't blame people for kind of suffering from some of the same stuff that I do. It's like where you just get used to things and you don't notice that things because you just get used to your art. You get so used to it that you don't notice. I'm not really holding out that this is going to, now he's going to have scars, but we'll take and put the unscarred face on him. Oh, this is Genesis 9. Why am I trying to put a Genesis 8? This isn't going to work. This is 8-1. We're trying to put Genesis 8-1. It was in the Genesis 8-1 figure. It's just going to be terrible. Z. Undo. That's what it looks like when you use Genesis 8-1 skin on a Genesis 9 figure. Can we undo it? Will it allow us to? It just messed up everything. I'm getting tired. Okay, we're back. Let's see what we have for... Okay, we have Chris. Materials. Chris materials. Let's try it. King Chris. Okay, he's going to be... Jacques is going to be the last character that we do. How does Chris's skin look like on him? Come on. Come on. Now, is Chris, FN Chris? I don't think he's a Daz. FN. I think he is a Daz character also. Nope. FENG. Okay. Is this related to your work? Okay. Let's see what we got. Oh, look at that. That's nice. Very nice. That works. For Chris. Looks like he's got, okay, a little. All right, so I think we could, this little line here. And is that like a scar shaping? I think it's a scar. And I don't know that we can, okay, apply, remove. We can, head remove. Shape. Okay, no, that's not, so there's no way to get rid of the scar. It's just unless I take it into Photoshop and get rid of it. Now, is it a scar or is it like this? It's kind of like a little bit pronounced. And I'm wondering if we could get rid of it through by just taking the normals down. Normal. Normal. Okay, what's up? Where? Oh, I've got to go into here. Normal. Normal map. Oh, we have to go to skin. Okay, what happens when we turn that off? Gone. So, yeah, we could just bring it up a little bit. Yeah. Just leave a little bit there. Look at this character. Just very beautiful. So, yes, this is it. This is where the lights are kind of a little bit. Look at the rim light. Very nice. So, okay. I think today's tutorial is one of the most valuable tutorials in my roster of tutorials, okay? Because what it really does open up the entire field of Genesis 9 figures, being able to just take and create something. I show you the path, okay? That you create your figure. You still work with Genesis 8 figures, you know? And so what this means, and, you know, I'm going to say, shh, don't tell Daz, okay? What this means is go crazy. Buy all the Genesis 8 figures. Buy them, okay? That is your mixing world, okay? That's the world you mix in. That is the world you create new faces and new things. And then you just send them to your Genesis 9 character and turn the morph on. That is your world. You don't mix anything in Genesis 9. Nothing. You don't mix white with black. You don't mix any color. You don't add a little bit of yellow to white. You don't add a little bit of yellow to green. You just do all of your face and color and body mixing in Genesis 8 and then move it up to now. If there may be some kind of character converter where you can do the same thing. You can just put your Genesis 8, Genesis 9 figure into the scene. Okay, is you know, and we would be looking for this ManFriday one. Let's see, character. And you might say, well, you know, why would I want to convert Genesis 9 to Genesis 8? Because Genesis 8 is your mixing environment, okay? And so if you have a character that you really love that's Genesis 9, you bring it into Genesis 8, then you have that facial morph that you can mix freely with all of the other morphs and say, okay, I want a little bit of Julius mixed in with, say, Callan, or mixed in with your other Genesis 8 male figures, okay? Alexander, you know, and so character converter, figure converter, figure. I think that's what he called it, figure converter. Okay, and what I don't see now here, converter, what we do is go here, and we go to ManFriday, and what we need, ManFriday, is a Genesis 9 to a Genesis 8. And ManFriday is also our mesh grabber man. That's funny that I've gravitated towards his products. So, hide items I own. Okay. This OBJ companion. Now, considering how much I use his products, what is this? And I haven't bought it. Is a plugin for DAZ Studio 4.15 and above that makes creating morphs using OBJ files easier. If your favorite modeling software, Blender, does not have an import bridge, exporting from DAZ Studio and importing using Morph Loader Pro involves... Now, this is kind of cool because it seems as though what it's saying is you can load some kind of just like OBJ figure and then take and convert that figure to a DAZ figure. It seems as though that's what they're saying. So I would say right now that this ManFriday is kind of, I would say that in a way, if it's a man, I don't know, he is DAZ Studio, because these like Mesh Grabber is giving DAZ Studio turning it into a modeler, What are we going to have next? Extrude and all of these other kinds of things that we can do in DAZ. And at some point, why use Blender to make anything? That's the whole thing. Is will we eventually be able to just make clothes, make hair, and make all of these things in DAZ? And will the tools actually be, well, ask ManFriday, because he's the one bringing this stuff in. Select the scene nodes to be exported. Press export button on the OBJ companion and adjust default options if okay. If your favorite modeling software, i.e. Blender, does not have an import-export bridge, exporting from DAZ Studio and importing using Morph Loader Pro involves a lot of clicks. And if you get one of these clicks wrong, Morph Loader Pro will tell you geometry didn't match. Now, who hasn't had that happen? On import. Okay, in the worst case, this can mean that hours of modeling work have been wasted. Oh, yeah. OBJ Companion adds a new pane to DAZ Studio with two big buttons for export and import, which can reduce the number of required clicks, by a factor of 10 or more and greatly reduce the potential of getting one of the settings wrong. The workflow becomes very simple. Okay, see, the thing is that I don't export things to Blender. I don't export things to Unreal. I don't export things. I just stopped doing it. I don't export things to Character Creator. I don't export things to... because I just, I do export things to Hexagon because Hexagon is, okay, speaking of Hexagon, let's close this. No. Is because I'm waiting for ManFriday to put out Mesh Grabber 2, okay, or the new Mesh Grabber, okay? So, Pose Companion. Okay, so I think 8 to 9 Pose Companion. Okay, this looks like an awesome product if you export things to Blender, like a must-have product, because I have done that before. I've brought stuff into Blender and fidgeted around with it in Blender, and the next thing I know, I brought it back in, and it's like, yeah, the geometry's changed. So it won't come back in. So this is where we want to be. So what we need, ManFriday, if you're listening, is we need the same exact kind of export so that we can export our Genesis 9 morph, face and body morphs. Don't care about the eyes and teeth. Just the face and body. We can adjust the teeth to so we can take our Genesis 9 morphs, face and body, and bring them and put them on the Deb version of Genesis 8, and just take and put Genesis 8 into the scene, and we'll have the morph for all of our Genesis 9 figures, so we can add those morphs in with our Genesis 8 morphs, create the new figure, then bring it back, then create a morph for Genesis 9 of the head and body again. And then, so that's what you do, is you bring it into Genesis 9. Yeah, you can tweak it a little bit if the body's not quite. You have some morphs in Genesis 9, but in a way, this kind of like it kind of says, you know, when you get these body morphs and all kinds of other morphs and face morphs and all that stuff, do you really need them in Genesis 9? Create your morphs in Genesis 8. Do the face. Get everything done in Genesis 8. Then just bring it over to Genesis 9. So you're going to end up with 1 million morphs in your Genesis 9 figure thing. So you might end up like having to go in and periodically dumping all your morphs because you've got them saved in your morph folder anyway, bringing in morphs and taking out morphs and doing stuff like that. So there might be in the future, well, a need for a morph editor, and we have it. It's Turbo Loader. So we have Turbo Loader where we can just turn on and off morphs. Go into Turbo Loader and just turn off all of your. You can just go in and do a search. Speaking of Turbo Loader, do I have that up here? Ultra. I did put it up here. It's somewhere here. Scripts, Ultra, wearables. I know I had it here and now it's gone. Okay. I don't think I saved it. So we're going to go here to our scripts. Oh, let's just do it up here. Turbo Loader. I think it's got to be here. It's somewhere that I haven't seen it. Like connect window. No, it's not content. No. Here it is. Okay, Turbo Loader for Genesis 9. Utilities. Install custom actions. Okay, it's going to go into favorites. Okay, well, I'm going to cancel this. Let's see, favorites. No, I don't have it here. Okay. Turbo Loader. Accept. Do you want the custom actions added to the main toolbar? No. Okay, favorites. Turbo Loader. I probably do, actually. So we go to Turbo Loader for Genesis 9. Open this. You need to create a morphs list. Okay, that's okay. It takes a while to do this the first time you run it. What a face. This is amazing. So again, I'm going to reiterate what the most important thing you want to keep an eye out for and buy are, and we're going to stress the word high quality skins, okay? Because when you bring your figures into Genesis 9, you got to put some kind of skin on them, all right? And I'm going to tell you right now, the very best skins our DAS figures. And we have to get on DAS figure and say, well, DAS, our DAS, the artists at DAS Studio, those figures. Now, what really sucks about this is that they're all mixed in, and there's no way of, okay, all right, Genesis 9 base, okay, which would be male and female. Okay, we got Chris, John, Ginger. They're all like mixed in, okay, I think. Lawrence. Victoria. See, it didn't find all my morphs. Okay, so we would go here and we have to add a folder. Load. Okay, we need load a few more morphs here. And that would be 4 terabyte. There it is. Okay, data. Base, morphs, Rex Habit. Any more length of... Okay, open. Well... Okay, load. Okay, I guess that's not the one. It's not finding... Expression collection for Julius. Morph, save, load configuration. That's another text file. Show enable, show disabled, clear filter, load, scan for morphs. We already did that. All right, so it's just not finding the morphs that we just, isn't that convenient? Morph loader manager. Okay, Genesis 9 base. Utilities, okay. Configurations. Okay, here's where we could probably add more options. Starter essentials, Genesis 8 male body morphs, Genesis 8, 9 body shapes, starter essentials. Add. Cancel. That didn't seem to do anything. Okay, I guess we're not going to mess with this right now. I just figured that Morph Loader would be, okay, now it's down here in my, Turbo Loader would be a resource. Load this again. Dane. Common. They might be in one of these areas, like common HID. What's this called? Figure converter. let's CONV. Okay, look at this. Rex have it. And there are all of our morphs. Okay, product, Rex have it. So it did. So you can just come in here and at will turn on and off morphs, or just turn them all off if you just don't want them loading every time. If you end up with all of your Genesis 8 figures, and if there's some you don't use very often, you can just turn them off. They just won't list. Okay. All right, whatever that is, that's okay. So we just looked up the word CONV for convert, and it came up with all these converted. This is very cool. So if we take that convert out, we're going to go into the P's. Enter. So we scroll down to P. Okay. LMNOP product right here. Product Rex have it. There it is. All of our new morphs that we've created. So I try to really be complete and thorough in helping you guys figure out all of your paths, all the ins and outs, and how you kind of traverse this DAZ world. So today there have been a couple of products that are kind of necessary to do all of this, and one of them is definitely this character converter. Okay, we go back here. Why? Okay, figure converter. Okay, I have it hidden. I have purchased a lot of his products. You look and see, I purchased this, the render queue, and the mesh grabber. dForce Companion is a very good product right there. I wish it worked a little better than it does, but it does work well. And so there's not enough. This guy hasn't made enough products because Turbo Content. I think this was the beginnings of Turbo Loader, but Riversoft took that on. dForce Companion, we have two of them. Now this dForce Companion 2.0, I bought it thinking, oh, he's fixed the problems in dForce Companion. Nah, no, there's still problems there. It's supposed to show you everything in your scene that has dForce in it, but if you put dForce on something, it won't show up there, and some things just don't show up. It's supposed to show up in the scene, so you can just click on things and say only apply the dForce simulation to this, and this, but it works and shows up a lot of things in the scene that have dForce on it, but some things it doesn't, and it still doesn't. So it's kind of too bad. But then you just kind of have to turn it off in the scene, and then it'll work. So this is what we're talking about here. And they both have the exact same face. One of them is Genesis 9 and the other is Genesis 8. And you can tell this is Genesis 8 because the skin, they had to use a different skin. Genesis 9 is PBR skin, and this skin is all completely. That's what Genesis 8 skin looks like. Terrible. And as you notice, look, he hasn't learned the trick to make the eyes smaller, the iris smaller. You have to go in and you have to buy the... okay, so that's another product here that we've used today, okay? So we've used this. Put it on your list. Buy this, okay? Buy this. Convert your stuff. Make your stuff. Do as we've done today, and edit your figures, create the face, the shape, all you want in Genesis 8, then create the morphs and do all your stuff in Genesis 9. They just look so much better, okay, in Genesis 9. So we have that idea. But there was this thing where we went and edited the eyes, and I used another product today. And that is, we're going to put a Genesis figure in here. And I'll show you this product. It's another product that we used today, and I just nonchalantly used it. But it's something you have to buy. Just so you know. Okay, and the other one is Turbo Loader for Genesis 9. But unfortunately, Turbo Loader... Oh, I think it's one word, 2 words. Okay, Turbo Loader for Genesis 9. And then we got 8.1, Turbo Loader Booster Genesis 2, and Turbo Loader. You have to buy them all, okay? And all of these. And so they're $24 each. But if you have like, if you ever have like 45 all those tokens, like the full amount, 8 tokens in your cart, just think about Turbo Loader, because you could get all of these for like 45% off. And if they're on sale at the same time, you could end up paying no more than like $8 or $9 each for these. And you want the Turbo Loader. I would get them for... You definitely want the booster utility. You want the Turbo Loader for 8. You want all of this. All of these. So for 3, 2, and 2 includes Genesis. So Genesis and Genesis 2. You can... it's just it's a morph manager, okay? So you can just turn off morphs and get inside and turn off, like I can go in and turn off all those morphs right here. Favorites, Turbo Loader, Genesis 9. I could go in here, this under P for product. This one, I can turn them off by just clicking this. One click, and all of those morphs that I created, and then I just click execute and they're off. I don't want to do it right now, but cancel. Okay. Turbo Loader, just a warning, Turbo Loader is a content library killer. If you do it wrong, if you do anything wrong with Turbo Loader, it will corrupt your library beyond repair, and you will have to delete your library and reinstall it, okay? So just keep that in mind. I've had to do it twice because of Turbo Loader. All right, it's 3 times. 3 times I've corrupted my library with 11,000 DAS assets. So, all right, now Genesis 9. We click on the eye here. Oh, we are in big problem here. We are in Mesh Grabber. Okay, so we click on the eye, and then we go to parameters, and we say right eye, and we go here, and we type in iris. And where are you? No, it's here actually, on this eye here, iris. And VinMe, okay, so this VinMe is another product you need to have. VinMe. Here, VinMe. And this is it. Morphs for Genesis 9. And you will find that it comes with a bunch of morphs, but this one where it says eyes, okay, that's what you need right there. Wow. Yeah, eyelids, we just opened that up and look at all the morphs. I didn't know that that the DAS store gave you tabs like this, but yeah. Look at the morphs that come with it. Eyelids, eyes, but this goes in lacrimal size, lacrimal width, lacrimal height, okay? inner, you need this, okay? You need this for your Genesis 9 figures, and that's how you fix the eyes and get them. That's the only problem with it. The eyes are so important. Now all this other stuff, it's just icing on the cake. This is it. The eye, all this eye stuff is what you need, and it's mainly this one here that says we're going to control F, iris. It's not saying here. I hope it's here. I hope this is the right one. Let's see if there's another one. No, okay, it says hide items I own. So no, this is it, because it's the only morph kit here for. Well, we go to VinMe. Let's see. TDM design. Hide item. Okay. No, it's the only one. This is cool. This Genesis. Oh, I own it. You'd think I'd know what I own, but no. All right. It's like, wow, look at that. I'd like to own that. I already do. All right. So, but I've just forget that I do own these things. These are really nice. I could have used that on my figure last night. I never think of crowns of these. Well, I do think of crowns. I do have. I bought crowns at the Turbo Squid, I think it's called. I bought some there. There aren't enough crowns for your figures, but this is it. This is absolutely a must. You must have this, okay? So write it down and check back in. Keep checking in until this goes on sale and get this, okay? So it's another product that's been mentioned today. I've used it today. You can't really do it. You can't do this without it, or you're going to end up... Now, I'll show you this, that there, and this is the lacrimal size. In here is you'll see a iris size, okay? And how they did that just that one morph must have taken a massive amount of research to eyeball iris size. See that right there? Pupil, all of this. This is for your eyes, okay? Left, right, iris, okay? Now we go back to this figure. And we go back to this, and this is what you can see. Now, this looks real. This is Genesis 8, okay? Now, the Genesis eyes don't look real because he didn't use this VinMe on the eyes. He didn't have it. Didn't know about it, okay? And so what he did was he expanded the eyes to fit in the eye cavity, but he didn't make the eyes small. This looks so much more natural, these small eyes, especially in the light, and that's why he kind of made her because it makes that like she's a little bit in the shade, so her eyes are a little bit more dilated. He tried to do something to fix it by making her look very exposed. But that's not the way you fix it. You use this VinMe product, okay? You are very welcome, Pat. My heart goes out to you. Very, very big hugs and much love, dear friend. So, yes. So, we are, so the eyes needed to be resized here. The iris. They're just too big. And it looks comical. It looks not comical, I would say cartoonish. Okay? And do we have any more examples of it? You know, this just an amazing product here. This is amazing. You know, they don't pay me anything to do this. You can see these eyes fit nice. These eyes are, this is the converted, the same figure, converted, with the eyes not fitting, okay? You have to resize them. You have to make them bigger. And if you make them bigger, it's going to stretch the iris. Same thing here. You can see they fit perfectly in here. The eyes are too small. They're even worse here. And I bet he already resized these a little. So, but he didn't do a good enough job. Okay. And now look at this. You see we have a little problem here with this. That's why we took the figure into Hexagon and we smoothed that mesh out. Okay. It works. Everything on this is beautiful. This is such a beautiful thing, and you just have one little problem. Notice the little teeny eyes inside. Some manual adjustment for extreme shapes like this. Newly created morph dials in Genesis 9 figure. Oh, see, these are the new Teddy dials, okay? With converted base resolution morphs active, pose applied. See, so this is what we need, is something that fixes the eyes. And he didn't say anything about how you would have to come in and smooth this mesh also, okay? But I showed you how to do that in Hexagon, and Hexagon is free. So it's not another thing you have to buy. So this VinMe, so I think there's only 3 products today that I kind of foisted on you. This is the big one right here, okay? Get this and start using your Genesis 8 figures in the Genesis 9 world. And in the DAZ store, keep an eye out for figures, your Genesis 9 figures. You know, characters, I guess they would call them here. I wish they'd make up their mind. Are they characters? Are they figures? What are they? Okay. It says they're figures in DAZ, but I guess in the store they're characters. Okay, so now we've got head shapes. Now there's wonderful head shapes, no textures, okay? Now we got this Mario guy here, all right? And we click on him, and this is Marty 3D. Now, that's just not a realistic skin texture, okay? So even if it would, you know, it will fit on a smaller guy, but it's just not, so we are looking for skin, Genesis 9 skin. And putting a female skin on a male character just may not be the way to go, okay? But there's a possibility when DAZ themselves put out skin for a female, like you look at these and find out which ones are actually, this one's not, okay, that's Magic Brush. And this one is, okay, you can kind of tell the ones that are DAZ. They're like big things. Let's see about this one, IST. And it's like, I don't want this makeup stuff on my figure, but this is not bad. That would be nice on a male figure. So, and this looks like nice skin, but there again, it kind of looks like female skin. So would it really work? And then we got this Geo Shells. Does it come with any male makeup? Let's say it doesn't come with the male nipples. So no. So this is just again a no-go unless you want it for your female characters. But we are looking for male skin, and also I'll just tell you that the hands don't look realistic. Here. The face is good for a female. The skin is very nice for a female on the face. But the hands don't look, the bumps on, but you can use other figures, normal maps. So that's what we're looking for. And as you go down through, you'll see there's no males here because I bought them all. And then this skin, this is like, that's not going to work. Okay. So this is probably not too bad a skin. Would it really work? I don't know. So that's what we're waiting. We need skin. Okay, that's the deficit right now in the DAZ store. This won't work. Okay, so neither will that or this. So what they're giving us for males is not what we need. That won't work. This won't work. So yeah, we need good, good realistic skin, like this skin, like the skin here on our. And I think this is going to kind of do it. I'm going to do this one more time here. Figures. Nathan. Nathan is the best skin so far. Up to date, Nathan has the best skin of all figures. So if you want male skin that you can kind of use on any of your males and make them look really, 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 really good, okay, you need to buy Nathan, okay? Nathan is the skin, standard right now for Daz, and Daz made him, Nathan, okay? He's a Daz guy. And, yep, Daz Originals with no help from anybody, okay? This is, and look at those eyes. And, I mean, they gave you a very close-up of Nathan here. But, like, almost every single image here, this is skin. This is what we need, okay? And we need it from Daz Originals. We don't want it from anybody else. We want it from Daz Originals because they're the only one we can kind of trust with giving us actual male skin. This looks like male skin. It just doesn't look like they used another one of their female models. And look at this, really nice work. Daz is the Daz Original artists are the only one really giving us male stuff. Okay, all the other stuff, this one I could give or take. It's just kind of not quite there. And blonde hair is the hardest thing to do. And you know why? Because Daz isn't giving us good male hair, So it's like the joke's on them, all right? Their Daz Originals are, but all these other artists that are giving us hair, it's just terrible. This is probably female hair repurposed for a guy. This took hours for them to fix it. Hours. So this is nice right here. They've used Nathan's skin on a different character, I think. I don't know that that's Nathan. Well, it looks like Nathan's nose actually, but so, and again, Daz, give us good hair. If you give us good hair, you'll have good hair. And this hair, I don't think they sell this in the Daz store. So they probably bought this on Renderosity, or they converted it over. This looks like it was converted over from like Character Creator or something. It didn't work. It looks terrible. This hair is horrible. That's the thing, Daz. If you want good, this is all beautiful here. This is done nice. Very nice. But again, the hair just looks a little fake. So yeah, if you want, this is really nice. And I don't think they sell this hair in the Daz store either. So they're getting hair from other places because they're not even getting it from the Daz store because it's so bad. And this is Daz store hair. And it's not bad because the techniques are bad. Okay, so this is Nathan's skin on this figure, but we just go in here to our morphs here, and we go to now we go to convert these new morphs. See, I'm going to be using my Genesis 8 figures for Genesis. I'm not using Genesis 9 figures. I just really don't like the way they are so feminized looking. I'm going to be using my Genesis 8 figures for my Genesis 9. Now I type in convert, and here are all my There's Alexander. I'm going to use Alexander and these other look at this. We bring this up, and I have the that's the Alexander. This is the edit of Alexander, but we can go with the Alexander unedited. Look at that. See, this is just it's so much better. And so but this is a little too much, and so I just take this head down like this. Now I give the Alexander the full head here, and then just edge this up a little bit like that, and kind of give it a little bit more of the, and there. That now this doesn't offend my senses as a man, except the bottom part. Now we go Alexander body, and see, that's just way too much, so I edged that down a little bit. Now you see, this is masculine. Suddenly my DAS environment is healed. Okay, the Genesis 9 environment is healed. It's complete. It's no longer corrupted. Okay? It's just being able to bring these Genesis 8 figures in and put them on my characters has healed and the corruption that crept in with Genesis 9. Every angle here is male now. And this is what I strive for, is to show now, not toxic masculinity, beautiful masculinity, just like there is toxic femininity, okay? And a lot of that toxic femininity is coming out of the DAS store right now, okay? It's kind of like a money grab thing, okay? It's just kind of nasty. So, and obviously these eyes need to be adjusted because I can see right in. But I don't mind that part. You just adjust it and then adjust down the iris and it's all fixed. So that's what happens. So you take, this is our Alexander, okay? And this is just one example of Genesis 8 head, okay, that works, okay? Buster head, okay? So this is another one of my very favorite. Okay, we've got Buster 8 converted head. Oh, that's the Buster 8. Let's see, we go to Buster 8 edit. Okay, so this is the head. There's Buster. Okay, completely one. Now I can add a little bit of this to just bring it up a little bit. This 100% male again. Okay, it's all of a sudden it's fixed. Okay, Genesis, this program, this ManFriday program fixed it. Okay, it fixed Genesis 9. There's just nothing feminine now about that. Now, yes, his face is kind of like chiseled and everything. He's got that model kind of look, but still. And I can just take that down if I want. And there, it's a little less chiseled, okay? So, yeah, that's Buster. And then we have, these are my favorite figures. Jet. Jet is another one of my favorite figures. Head. Edit. Boom. Jet. Okay? So there we go. Just very nice. And if I want to up Jet a little bit with the... Well, I didn't do that. Now we got Jon Snow. Okay, we got Jon Snow here. Which, I'm not sure that this... okay, I may need to... Okay, to edit the Jon Snow one. But, okay, but we have... Jon Snow head. What have we got? Yeah, see, so this, at least it's not the blown up head like it looked like in this is not bad, actually, for Jon Snow. That's pretty good. It's masculine. It looks completely 100% masculine. That's all that matters right now. Because then if I want to do something feminine and adds like feathers and plumes and all kinds of stuff, whatever, to him, then I can. But I've retained the masculinity of the in the core essence of it. And it's like light, having light and introducing it. Well, if you got your camera light on, everything's all just always lit. It doesn't matter. You can't get any dramatic lighting. And that's what happens when you have a Genesis 9 figure. It's got that thing underneath it. And so look at that. It's just amazingly masculine. So just really nice. So this is going to do it for me. I'm not going to go on. I have this ear cavity is kind of strange. Just really, it's like I'd never seen an ear quite like that, but that's the way it is. That's the John. Now, I think what I would do with this figure is just tone it down a little bit in the Genesis 8.1. Put him in. Take a little bit of the head down so that it goes towards Genesis 8. The Genesis 8.1 head is Genesis 8, actually, so they're the same head. Okay. Have you ever worked with Alter Zen light set from Fabiana? Is that a DAS product? Let's check it out. Alter. Is it here? Wow, Alter Zen. Let me see. Okay, it says compatible figure, and then it says NA. Okay, this is iRay emissive props. Okay, so it's iRay, and it says for DAS Studio, render with DAS NVIDIA iRay. I didn't know this product existed. We're going to add this to our favorites here. Let's see. These look very cool. Okay, we got some cool little stone. And these candles look realistic. They look very nice. Oh, this is really beautiful. Oh, I love this. And this is a wonderful pose that you can buy. I don't know that comes with this, but these are a lot. I've used a lot of these in my scenes. These meditation, yoga, backplate emissive designs. Oh, this is nice. This is very nice. Thank you for this suggestion. And there were two things. There was another thing. Well, let's go through these first. The pond, you get the pond water, sand patch. The sand, this is very nice. And the stones don't look all the same, kind of. They look like it's been done. The fire looks like different fires, so I guess because they've rotated them. So that works. 16 props, all morphing with more than 60 style poses. Wow! So these are probably actually morphed candles and not morph fire and not just rotated. They it kind of looked like it was like this is one way and that's the other way and it's the same flame but just rotated, but maybe not. 90 emissives for black, 30 stones. Wow. You have to organize them yourself. And 7 sands. Maybe they give you a few stone patterns. So I wonder what okay, this is a direct DAS Studio render, no post work or filtering applied. All the lighting used is FK's Zen modes HDRI and the candles. No other light source was used. I did buy the White Palace, Pat. Yes, I did. I did. Someday we'll have a video on that. I think I got it for about 30 bucks. I think it was less than that I paid for it. I have to wait until things are on sale. I really like this bamboo stuff. And look at that up close. That's very high quality. These stones are very nice. They're like pebble stones, they are called. This is very nice. Very nice artwork. Does it look like she's got like more fingers? There's a thumb. Okay, that's one finger. Then another finger. Okay. It looks like there's two fingers there, and one finger there. But that's only one finger there, I guess. Like my eyes, I'm used to counting fingers when working with AI. Oh, and these colors are nice. They're gradient colors. It's not just one color. This is very nice that you can add these gradient colors. I like this. So these are okay. Now these are. I don't know how old this is, because if this was made before, because translucencies, you just have to edit them a little bit if they're from before a certain time. So that is added to my, let's take a look at that. And Art Zen 2, as if one wasn't enough. I mean, one wasn't like so excellent. Okay, styles and shapes. We have this shapes for the, and it looks like, okay, they do give you some arrangements. This is very nice. That's beautiful. Why are they like this almost the same pictures? Pond water. So maybe they actually give you an upgrade on a lot of the things, or just a whole bunch of new things. Different colored stones, maybe. What's the difference here? Do you think there's not enough beauty around you? Then let your Zen be free and join the earth for the glory of life. Altar Zen is more than Zen, more than light, much more than a scenery. It's a place to discover. What's the difference, okay? This is beautiful. Mandala. That's what those are. That's very nice. These are the same images, like not completely, but oh, that's beautiful. Now, where are the containers, pillar, cups, super morphing candle? That's nice. 6 texture maps, 61 texture maps. It doesn't tell you the size of them, but that's okay. And it does mention DAS 4.22, which means that probably it's a fairly new product. Now, the only thing I'm not seeing here is the you said that there were HDRIs. Worked with Alter Zen light set from Fabina. See, I'm not seeing the lights. Backgrounds are theory of light sets. I think I have the theory of light. Okay, now, speaking of that, let's go to here. Okay, Alter Zen. Here's an okay. These are poses. Okay, for the Alter Zen. Alter Zen 1. These I find these to, okay. Theory of light. Here we go. Zen. Look at those. Wow. I've just never seen HDRIs like that. 70 hand-painted HDRI environments. I hope they're not like you get 70 of them, but like 20 of them are the same color, you know, or just different color. There's a lot of words, tiny words. It's like for humans, I recommend the lower translucency. Look at these. These are very nice. That's, what's that called? Bokeh. Bokeh effect. No, they look like there's just a bunch of different, really different. Now, you see, these are the same. Those are the same with just different colors. So, but that's okay. So, let's be honest. There's probably about, maybe, well, if you divide that by 3, maybe 30 background images. This is very nice. And I wonder how big they are. Do they actually say? No, see, they don't tell you the size of them. Are they like 2K? And I don't see any banding here. A little tiny bit maybe here. That's what you want to know, is that if this band, I see a tiny bit, but this is actually not bad for just very faint banding. And I wonder if they kind of blurred it. Oh, no, they said there was no post work. I guess rendered with dome on. Okay, no other light source. Clothing with off shadows, plants. It doesn't say there's no post work here. It doesn't say. 70 hand painted HDR featuring plain colors, clouds and bokeh. 72 ready. Plain colors, clouds, and bokeh. Maybe there are 72 different ones, and majority soft tones with delicate shadows specifically intended for moody scenes with a relaxed. I will look into this. This is definitely my kind of thing. Now, see, these look like the same exact candle, and then that's that candle turned. It probably is not a morphing flame. It doesn't matter. You just take the flame out. I got a million flames that I could put on top of that candle. So it's no big thing. This is beautiful. This is nicely done. It's very rare when you see something done this nice. Direct array render with environment only. Environment only. Okay. With slightly lowered translucency values. Geometric props from Alter 2. Flowers by Lisa B. Those are beautiful. Jeppy's drapes. Yeah, you got to give them credit. Well, this is very, very nice. This is a very, I like this. She doesn't have any other male products, but, you know, and that's kind of, oh, wow, shock. So, shocking. A male, I was just going to say, wow, amazing. So, but this is well done, too. His skin's too shiny. So, but, you know, that's my thing, is males. And so this is well done. I recognize the hair. So this is really well done. It's like the Heat hair by Aprilish. Now I'm sure I own this hair. Let's see. Can we find the Heat hair? Heat hair. Let's try it as one word. Nope. So yeah, a lot of times they go to get hair for a male. They go somewhere else. Now it says heat hair. April YSH. April. I know I own this P. Because that's why I recognize it. Okay. And now I have to do this because I know I own this hair. Flynn hair. Navarro hair, I own that. Soren hair. Yarden. It's like, why haven't I seen this heat hair? Grayson hair. Royce hairs. This is some of the nicest hair that I own is from her, from her. I think it's a her. Vance. Well, I don't see it here. It's probably got another name. I know I own it though. Whatever it is, it's something that I own. It's like pirate. It's like pirate hair, kind of. Heath hair. Is that what it was? Heath. No, it says heat hair, but I bet it's Heath hair. You're trying to get the iRay emissives to work. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. And this looks like it's all this says it's iRay. So it's pre-update. Okay, I was wondering about that too because it says here that it's not, and then it says compatible figures, but it does says DAS 4.22, so 22. So no, I think it is. I recognize the hair, so I recognize it. There was a couple more here. I recognize this hair. So I think it's Heath hair. I think it's this hair. I think she just spelled it wrong. Yeah, that's it. It's curly in the back. It's straight in the front. She just spelled it wrong. This is not Heat hair. It's Heath, Heath. Just a tiny error. That's it right there. And you notice Daz got involved with this hair. Why, I'm not sure, but this is pretty nice. For blonde hair, two-toned. So, now the What I might suggest if you're having trouble getting the iRay emissives to work is first look in and make sure that you have an iRay texture on, because sometimes they have like both. They have iRay and 3Delight. And if it is iRay, then what I would do is use this product. That's our Jon Snow. And it's called, and I think I have it in my scripts, most used. I don't know why my scripts keep disappearing on me. Okay. I just want to double check and make sure it's not here. So you go here to all products. You go 3DEL. Because sometimes they forget to convert something. It's from an older product and they revamp it to iRay and then sell it. Now if I go to this utilities and I click this is we're going to right click on this and add this. Right click, create a custom action, most used. That's exactly where I want this. And accept. Okay, now is it up there now finally? Yeah, there's it is. So you just click on this and then click scan, and it scans the scene, okay, and it finds everything in the scene that isn't iRay. But the problem is like you see, it's found all of this and told me that all of this stuff here is we scan it again. All this is, it's saying it's 3Delight, but it's not. It's PBR. Okay, so I know all of these are PBRs, so I don't want to convert them. But if there was something in the scene that was still 3Delight, then let's close this, and let's take this Jon Snow out. Let's put something in the scene that's 3Delight. Let's see if I can find something. Let's go to props. Okay. And we're going to recent first. So if I go way down to the bottom here, I'm bound to find some stuff that's okay. 1003 nights. Let's put this in. Okay, now this is probably not iRay, okay? So, and what we want to do is just run this on the scene now. Scripts, most used. This is sickle yield. Okay, we have to scan again. And look, it found all of those items that are not 3Delight, and I know they're not PBR, like the new PBR. So you do is you go find matches, and it finds something that it just replaces them. So then when you apply presets, it converts them all to all these things, except now it just converted them all to iRay. Okay, and now okay, so if I go Z, okay, that was before, and you say, well, it might look better. It looks better that way. Well, you have to go into the iRay and you have to tweak all this stuff. But now, like if I go into here and I look and I say arch, okay, so let's go into surfaces and the arch. Okay, let's find the arch. Arches, surfaces. Oh, I got normal here, okay. And see, it says diffuse color. It's everything in here this is all 3Delight stuff. So now we go back here to our script, most used, receive, and we just apply presets. Accept. Now when I go here and select arches, see, it says base color now. It turned everything in this scene to iRay. And so that means that I could come in here and kind of mess with things. So that may be the problem, that you can tell if it, but you're saying that it says emission color. If it says emission color, then it's iRay. Because I don't believe 3Delight. We go Z. Yeah, 3Delight doesn't use emission color. It uses, I think, not ambient. I'm not sure what it uses. It does. I've just not used 3Delight a lot. Edit, redo. So, but it doesn't use emission color. Let's see, and it doesn't look like there's any light. Now, the thing is, my camera light is blowing the hell out. No, I guess it's not the camera light. It's probably the environment options. So I could take this scene. Now this scene is going to respond correctly in iRay. So I'm sorry, I'm kind of laying back like, I'll keep talking. I'll just like, all right, I'm all done now. Good night. You know, so, but I'm sorry. I'm just going to kick back a little bit in my chair. I'm tired of sitting up. Let's see now. So what we do, it's a decal on a backdrop ground prop. It's not displaying for some reason. Oh, okay. All right. Well, you have to select it. Now you might go in and it might have a an icon where you click on it to turn emission on and off. Okay, so is it black? The emission, you have to turn that to white. You're fine. You're fine. I'm not that tired. It's only 11 o'clock at night. You have to go in and you see where this surface part here, you click on this nights here, you see this emission color. If it's black, you have to turn it to white. The emission may be turned off. So with this emission color, see where it's black? You have to click here and select white. Okay? And then what'll happen is, boom, it'll drop down and you'll see some luminosity and stuff. It might be just turned off. Okay? So you just go in here and turn this emission from black to white. You want it white. You don't want it coloring it, because unless you do want it coloring it, but generally you want to just switch it to white. So in the emission color where it's black, switch it to white, and then boom, these things will pop down. It'll drop down to a luminosity will drop down, and so will your color, your light temperature. And you'll be able to change the light temperature, but you just want to give the luminosity a few lumens, and that should make it illuminate. And if there's an image here in the emission color, you want to take that image and put that same image into your luminosity. Okay, so click on it, find out what the name of it is, and then click on your luminosity and select that same image. And that will make it even more kind of sharper, and so the light won't make it bleed and kind of get fuzzy on you. So we're going to go to our environment options here. This little Persian nook here. Arabian Nights. Scheherazade. And we'll go to our parameters. Let's get rid of that. And we're going to go up here. Environment map. Let's turn off our... Let's go to scene only. See, I knew some kind of light was here that my camera light was creating. And I don't have a camera, but it's creating a light. So if I put in a... See, I just knew that it was blowing the heck out of my scene. So we're going to go heck and go... No, we don't want a distant light. We want... Just put a spotlight in the scene. And boom. Now we have control of our light. Finally, we have control of... We could turn off, you know, the light, but that's all I wanted now. So what we do here is... I don't really want the spotlight here, so I'm going to just push it out of the scene. Okay? And down under the ground. And now let's find some torches. See, this is how you kind of test your scene. Because now if I'd put torches in this room and it was all 3D light, it wouldn't bounce off the walls right. Okay? The light wouldn't create the right effect. But now that this room is all iRay, okay? Torch. And we go like that. No, oh, I guess they're in here. Torch construction kit. And props. Okay, Control L. That didn't work. All right, the torch. And let's put this kind of... See what we have now. Z. Okay, that's torch 2. Torch 1 is off. Torch 2 is on. This is how we do it, people. Torch 1. Okay. Arabian Nights. Ah, you're very welcome. You are very welcome. I love to help. I love helping. I do. Okay, and then we take a couple of torches and we put them inside. Are these torches very short? They are kind of short. So what we do is just resize them and all. These torches are very cool. Okay, so now we go another torch. And we put this torch inside here and over here. And this one. In here. And up. No, we didn't want to do that. There we go. Bring that one up a little more. Okay. That one's got to come in a little more. Like this. Okay. We can take this torch here. Scale that. Maybe not that high. And this, just a little bit. A little less. Okay. So, Arabian Nights. Here we go. All right. So that is how you do it. I bought all of her stuff years ago, just started playing with them. Really amazing work in her products. Well, it's iRay, so they are all, and it said that it's for DAS 4.22, so they should all work. All the transparencies should work without, you have to look really close to make sure your transparencies are 100% transparent. And you don't want to turn them a little bit from your camera, or they can kind of make sure there's no shine on them. So, all right, this is going to do it for me. I think what this needs instead of torches are like little urns, like hearths, or what are they called? Beziers or braziers? I'm not sure how to pronounce that word. Those would be better than these torches. Torches are kind of primal. All right, people, thank you very much for watching. I will be back with more DAS EZ3DTV tutorials soon. I'm going to call it a night for now. I thank you all for watching. I hope you have learned something in this tutorial. It is my intention to kind of show people how to do stuff and enjoy myself while I'm at it and make some art. I think this right here is just kind of cool. I could put one of my figures in here now. That'd be kind of nice. What's really nice is that goodbye, Chris. Thank you for hanging out. I'll check out your channel. Again, see Chris? Good night, Angus. Have a lovely night, my friend. This is going to do it for me. I'm going to eat something and kind of relax. I'm going to rest for the next couple hours until we see if our mesh grabber has come out, if ManFriday is going to bless us. So this is another product. This is a definite buy. And as you see, these candles look very, very nice. They're just beautiful. Everything about this product is beautiful. I'd like to know how big the HDRIs are. It doesn't really matter because I would just put the HDRIs on a plane instead, okay, and then have them whatever size I want them to be. So that's the way I do it. I would assume these HDRIs are at least 2K, you know, so they're at least 2,000. But they may actually even be higher. Like 4K would be awesome. So 70 4K images sounds like kind of a, and the thing is that if this image, this one has 70 and that one has 70, you would think that you would get, oh, these modern deco accents. This kind of looks cool too. So yeah, we got some other stuff here that's very, very nice. So very nice, nice work here done with the this promo images on her products. Very nice. Alter stages. Look at this. Very cool. Take care, people. All right, I will see you again all in another session soon. This is Rex Red. Please like, subscribe, click the bell for all notifications, and I will see you all again in the next EZ3DTV tutorial. This is Rex Red saying good night to you all. I will see you again very soon. Bye-bye.